Morning. Now, do you know what? Normally, we come in 2 hours early to prep, right? I've got a house full still. I will do a waving in a minute. But, right, we're all... And then this morning, we were all like, oh, we're all ready to go. And we still had 40 minutes to go. We were like, have we done everything? Have we done... And Bernie done her demo, and Leanna got all her stuff, and Louise got all her stuff. Like, 5 minutes, we're about to go. Everyone was like, oh, can't hear John. Oh, I can't hear John. So my microphone wasn't working. So suddenly, so that's why we're a bit late. So I'm not blaming anybody, Daniel. I'm not blaming anybody at all. But he hasn't signed on the dotted line yet, so it's fine. It's all right. Anyway, we've got a gorgeous show for you today. Have a look. We've got Louisa here. Now, she can't talk to you. She's not got a microphone on. You're not going to give us a wave, Louisa? Oh, I don't know. She looks lovely there, doesn't she? So that's... oh, there you go. She gave us a wave eventually. So that's Louisa. We've also got Bernie and we've got Leanne. Now, they're both there. Now, Bernie is just going to wave her strawberry at you. That's all she's doing, right? This is the point where I should have said to Leanne, what have you got coming up today? But I've got her microphone on now. So, Leanne, have you got a mystery bag coming up today? Would you like to wave something that's inside it? It's 6.5 meters of gorgeous fabrics. It's already busy. Oh, look at that, my glamorous assistant Leanne. And do you know what else she's got? She's also got builder block curves. Have you got those there, Leanne? They said she was crazy and they weren't wrong, were they? Anyway, we've got such a fabulous show coming up. We've got a beautiful strawberry fabric. We've got Louisa's brand new kits coming up later. They are gorgeous. They're for these lovely Christmas placemats. And we know how much you love your Christmas. Now, you see the fabric that this one is? I've got the last of this fabric today. We're not ordering any more of it. It's the last of that Christmas fabric as well. So if you wanted to make other things to go with it, then you can do. So should we start? Sunrise Special. John's got Sunrise Special. We bring you something really rather beautiful. And look at the price. Look at the price. It's fantastic. It's beautiful little sewing box, isn't it? Oh, here we go. It's all going on around me. Ignore all that. Ignore all that. £12.50 or $12.97. I know, it's fantastic, but look at the gorgeous colour. Now, if I'm not wrong, I think this is the fabric that our Sarah designed, isn't it? So Countries, that one, the one she designed. Yeah, I thought so. Bernie's nodding for me. Lovely little tab there. Not mechanical, what's it called? Magnetic. Gold. It's got gold all round it, all string round it and everything. And then inside, look. Isn't it lovely? That's made of good quality, nice space there and everything. Now, I don't want to say anything, but it's only 167 days till Christmas? I've written it down. Hang on. 165 days till Christmas. I know, that's terrifying, isn't it? So this is today's Sunrise Special. I know. You can see the normal price there and see how much we've reduced it by. It's lovely, isn't it? Half price. And it's gorgeous. I also like it as well because it's one of those with a spongy top. So if you're doing your sewing, rather than putting your needles or your pins in your mouth, just for a quick fix, you can just put them into the top of your box there. Because look, it's all lovely and squidgy and everything. I know. £12.50. Gorgeous. Right, now, let's get on, because... Yes, I love this fabric. It's gorgeous. Oh, you can't hear me. Okay, Bernie, you're going to have to talk. Talk me through this fabric, Bernie.
John, have you wrecked all the electronics today? We can't tell Daniel all the time. So yes, we've got these fantastic, from Andorra, the strawberry jam range, and they've been a pleasure to prep with. So you can see you've got the dainty dots there. If I'm going to go from the navy at the side, you've got the white with the strawberries on. Then you've got the navy with the flowers, and for the life of me I can't remember the name of that one, apologies. And then it's a beautiful flower on there. Those colours are so vibrant. I hope that comes across on the screen. And then we've got the strawberries on the pink, we've got the flowers on the white.
I'm just going to try and talk. Can you hear me now? You can hear me now. This one here, we've done a bundle. Thanks, Bernie, for filling in like that. Ever the professional, isn't she? Right, so this is a bundle where you get 1/2 metre of each of this fabric. Now, I've got 2 smaller bundles. They're all on the website. If you want to go to the website to have a look. However, This one here, the pink strawberry or the red strawberry, you can only get that in the bundle. You can only get that if you buy this big bundle. But look, they've taken 20% off already, right? At £50 this is. So you get half a metre. So let me take you through it, right? You get half a metre of this gorgeous little blue dot one. I'll just wait for Daniel to come in and show you that one. There you go. You get half a metre of your strawberries on white. This is just adorable, isn't it? That navy blue, or French blue really, with the lovely big daisies on it. Then this one, which looks very Liberty-esque, I'd say. That looks like Cosmos in Liberty-esque, doesn't it? You get half a metre of the strawberries on pink. You get half a metre of your Dixie beautiful flowers there on the white. You get half a metre of the red spot. You get half a metre. Now, this only comes in the pale blue, this one, in that lovely kind of it looks like a block, doesn't it? It looks like it's a patchwork block. And then half a metre, I'll just bring it in shot for you there, of the red flowers on blue background. All of that for £50. £50. Right, okay, now we're going to be using a builder block. We're going to be using the builder block to go with it. Now, the deal you've got with the builder block is it's £99.99. That's how much you'd pay for it normally. But you're getting a £45 blooming free spirit, Tula pink, it's a 10-inch. It's a 10-inch charm pack, that one. A 10-inch charm pack, that one. Now, before we go to Bernie, I've got to show you my two bundles that I've got available as well. So these have also got, these got 10% off. This is one of the bundles here. So you get half a metre of the floral, half a metre of the blue floral, half a metre of the strawberry with white, and half a metre of the blue dot. That's one bundle. Go to the website and click on the one you want on the website. So that's your one bundle. Oh, hang on, have I still got issues? Do you want me to do this? I'll go like that. And then this is the second bundle. This is your second bundle here. Right, now all of these are available by the half metre. So if you're thinking, oh, I want to make a frock out of that one, or a nice summer skirt, just go to the website, you can do. They're $6.99 or $9.49 for half a metre. Oh, right, the main collection is very, very... Well, I'm not surprised you're getting 20% off. We're only just launching it today and you get 20% off. Flying out. The main bundle is flying out for £50. Please be careful that it doesn't... I'll just move it across. There you go. Please be careful you don't miss out on that one because they're all, you know, they're all ready to go and everything. And they're gorgeous. You get half a metre of each of those fabrics in that bundle for £50. They're 100% cotton. They're a beautiful... Well, Bernie can talk more about it because she's worked with it. Really, really beautiful quality cotton, that one. Absolutely stunning. Make sure you check out, though. Remember, free P&P. Free P&P because it's over £20. And if you've not used your John 20 code yet, just saying. Right, okay, so Bernie's been busy all week doing, samples for you. We're going to have a look at Bernie. What have you made for us, Bern?
I've been really busy, John. This fabric is gorgeous. I think because when you get a really good quality cotton, you can tell by the feel of it. If it's cool to the touch and it presses beautifully, you know it's a really good quality cotton. And Andover, you can always rely on their cotton. So I've been having a lovely play. So the first thing I've made is our little strawberry tote bag. So I thought I'd show you how to do it. Now, what I'm going to do as well is after the show this afternoon when I get home, if you're not in our Facebook Sewing with Crafters companion group, join it because I'm going to put the instructions on.
Oh, brilliant.
So anyone who wants to have a go, obviously then you can watch this back as well, you know, for some hints and tips, but I'm going to put them on there for you. So we're going to make a little strawberry tote bag, which I thought was really cute. And obviously with the strawberry fabric, it's just, well, it's a must, isn't it?
Where have you got that green fabric from? Have you used
yeah, the only little bit of green I had, now there is one of the fabrics that does have a green strip in that you could use, but this is one that I had left over. It's our mint from the Be Happy range.
All right.
So any bit of green would do. You know, you only need a little bit. You don't need a lot. So you can add anything to it, really. So what I'm going to do first is you're going to have 2 squares of fabric for the front and the back, and then we're going to make the handle.
All right, brilliant.
So we'll do the handle first. So you've got a strip of fabric.
Yeah.
And you're going to have it up there. You're going to get your iron out. And all you're going to do, I'm not going to iron on my mat because here's one I prepared earlier, which you do. And you're just going to fold in 1/4 inch that side, 1/4 inch that side, and then fold it over and give it a good press, and then just stitch it down each side, and that's what I've done here. I can't remember how long I did this one. Was it 22? Yeah, I just cut with the bold width of the strip and cut it in half, so I used all the fabric so there was no waste on that bit. So top stitch down, you want 2 of them, and then that's your handles. So that's that little bit.
Yeah.
And then you're going to take your front or your back, it doesn't matter which one. And then what I've done, it's a bit of a rectangle actually, more than a square, but I'll put the measurements on. I've just folded over again, I've folded over 1/4 of an inch-ish. Doesn't have to be exact, don't worry about it. And then I've folded over about 1 inch, and I've just pressed that. I do like to press when I'm sewing, so I think it gives you a better finish, doesn't it? It's, you know,
it makes it look more professional when it's finished, doesn't it?
It does. And then what we're going to do now is put the handle in. So the thing with this bag, it's not lined.
Oh, okay.
Because we've done French seams.
Oh.
Love a French seam.
Yeah.
And because it's a fold-away one, you don't want it too bulky in there. So all I've done here to put the handle in, just make sure you don't get it twisted. And we're going to have wrong sides up. And then I'm just going to use my cutting mat here for measurements, and I'm just going to measure 5 inches in from one side. And I'm going to pop that under there.
So I was busy looking at did you put anything inside the handle, or is the handle literally just a folded
fabric?
Sorry,
yeah. You could put a bit of wadding in if you like, but I haven't put any in.
Well, you're not going to put you're not going to put potatoes in it, anything,
because I say it's squishing into that strawberry at the bottom, so you don't want it too bulky. So I've measured in 5 in from that way, 5 in from that way, and I've just tucked that little bit of handle under there, and I'm going to pin it, or you can clip it in place. And then all I'm going to do is just sew along the top, and that'll keep it in place. So I'm sewing from the wrong side. It doesn't matter which way, but I think sometimes because you want to make sure you catch your handle in, it's easier just to sew from the wrong side. So I'm just going to sew straight across.
Yeah.
And
I think back in the day, the underneath stitching was never as good as the top stitching, was it? Whereas I think nowadays the machines are so brilliant, aren't they? That you could always tell in the old days when you'd sewn it the other way around, couldn't you? Whereas I think now you'll be fine. If you get this Gemini machine, you'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, definitely. Machines are a lot better now. So yeah, that's lovely on that side. Yeah. And then I'm just going to do a quick one as well, just near the edge at the top, and that gives that handle a bit of extra security.
Yeah, brilliant.
So if you do put, if you put, you've got a big bottle of milk in there and a
bottle of milk. They still do bottles of milk where you live.
Yeah, well, like the big 4 litre ones.
Oh yeah.
Or like my mum always orders on a shop in a 6 every week. She goes through milk. She likes a porridge.
Oh, good.
Does my mum? So she goes through a lot of milk.
You had your nails done as well, Bert?
I have, yeah. I've had my nails done. I was so relieved. Thank you. I was so relieved. And then what I'm going to do is I'm folding the handle back here.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to stitch across there. So it's had 3 rows of stitching on there. So it is really reinforced.
Yes, nice and secure.
That it's not going to come out. I mean, cotton is really strong fabric, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yes.
It's your seams that would give way. Yeah. So I'll do a little bit of reverse stitch. You can go all the way along, but just for quickness.
Yeah.
I'll just secure that. And then the other side, and then we're going to move on to that strawberry pocket on the front.
Perfect.
It's so cute, isn't it?
So at the moment, have you just got one side of the bag there? You've only got like the front or the back side of the bag there.
Yeah.
And you put the handles exactly the same on both sides.
Yeah, do the same on both sides.
Yeah.
And then you've got you've just got this section to go on before we put it together.
Yeah.
So now my next one. Now, this time I've got the red dot.
Now, do you know that red dot of the fabrics on their own, that's a clear winner, the red dot.
It's lovely.
Clear winner.
I think because it's so versatile as well, and it's a beautiful, rich red. It's not an orangey red, it's like a strawberry red.
Oh, it's a proper red. $6.99 half a metre, or $9.49 for half a metre.
So for this one here, all I've done is I've cut an 8-inch square, and I've just cut it up the centre.
Right.
So we've got 2 triangles.
Right.
Okay. And then that little bit of green fabric. Now, this is 10 inches long, so you don't need a lot. We need 2 bits, one for each side.
Yeah.
And all I've done there is I've pressed it in half, and then I've pressed over the ends just by 1/2 inch.
Right.
Just to fold it over. And what this is going to do, this is going to make this, the channel here that you can put your cord through.
Oh.
Yeah. So, you're going to put your triangles wrong sides together, which seems wrong, but it's right. Oh, no, you're not. Sorry.
Oh.
Ignore me.
That's why it sounded wrong, because it was wrong.
That was my first way I was going to do it, and then I changed my mind when I was prepping that one. So right side up, then you're going to put the raw end to this one. We're basically going to sandwich it in, and you're just going to centre it.
Right.
Just centre it in, that's fine. And then sandwich it with the other one. And then we're going to just sew along here. And what we're doing is basically sandwiching that tab just in the centre. Okay.
While you're stitching this, let me have a look, see if we've got any messages. Well, Marcy says, morning, everybody. Thank you, Marcy, my love. Carol says, oh, it's a full house today. Oh, that's lovely fabric. Looks gorgeous. Ruth, looking forward to a brilliant show. Barbara showing, ready to watch what I'm sure will be another brilliant show. Crazy Lorraine said, your hair's looking good, John. Thank you very much, Crazy Lorraine. Nora says, morning, a lovely seawall. Helen says, morning from Ipswich. Christine says, what lovely designs, Bernie. Lo says, good morning, John. How lovely to see you. And then Carol hasn't written anything.
Oh.
She's just sent a message.
Hi, Carol.
Carol, no message.
No message off Carol. Right. So what I've done, I've sewn along there, and then I've just opened it out, and now I've put the wrong sides together.
Right.
Step ahead of myself.
So you just sandwich the green in between.
Yeah.
So yeah, got it.
So you've got that there, just for that channel. Now, the other thing what I found is I would sew, I've got one, here's one I made earlier.
Yeah,
just to
Blue
show.
Peter.
I've got one here where I've stitched a line along.
Right.
Because when it bunches up, we want the strawberries.
Just hold it down a little bit, Benny. That's it.
The shot.
That's
See,
right.
I'm out of practice, aren't I? Shocking. When it squidges down, we want some leaves at the top of the strawberry. Otherwise, your cord would go along the top. So you can just sew a little channel.
Right.
But top tip, when you're sewing that, just make sure that your safety pins, it's going to fit through.
Right.
Otherwise, you'll sew it and then you'll not get your safety pin through.
Yeah.
So we'll keep that one, so we'll got that one stitched. Right. So then now what you're going to do is get your front of your bag, and we're going to place this on the corner. Now the one thing you need to remember to do, and I will put it when I put the post up later on, is you need to remember when you do one side, you're going to put it on the left. When you do the other side, you need to put it on the right, so that when they're facing together. So,
oh, yes.
So you see on this one, so on that side I've put it on the left.
Yeah.
You can tell I did that slightly. On the right side, on the other side it's on the right, just so they're both on the same corner.
Brilliant.
And then what we're going to do is just tack this on or baste it on. People use it, I think baste an American term?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So you can do a longer stitch. Oh,
something just fell off the roof. What was that?
Something just fell. I don't know what it was.
It's one of those days we've got the gremlins in. Can I also just say, Johnny's put up the sewing box across the bottom of your screen because it's flying out the door as well. So please be careful. You want the sunrise special half price.
It's a lovely sewing box. That
it's beautiful.
Really,
the fabric's gorgeous,
in it,
isn't it?
Yeah, you can get loads in it. Oh. So I'm working on
different machine.
Different
You've been working
machine
on one
at home.
home.
Yeah. Well, I've got a knee lift on mine as well, so a little bit spoiled.
Pam Minihani's messaging and said, good morning, lovely John. Looks like a fabulous show today. You lucky man surrounded by all these gorgeous ladies.
Isn't he?
Spoiled. They're spoiled, mate, they have.
Right, so we've got one side of the bag ready. I've got another side of the bag ready.
Have you done the right side?
Yes. I had a little panic there. So I've got them both there. So what you're going to do now is this is where you're going to do French seams.
Right.
And we actually nearly finished. It's not, yeah.
Oh, don't be saying that, because it's bound to go wrong now, isn't it?
I know, true. Well, hopefully your microphone will last out again. But so this is where we're going to put wrong sides together.
Right.
So when you're doing a French seam, basically what you're doing is you're sewing a seam with wrong sides together, and then you turn it through and you're sewing a bigger seam with it right sides together, and that encases all your raw edges.
Perfect.
So it's quite regular on dressmaking, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
It's quite,
also, it's really good on something like this because you're going to want to throw it in the washing machine, aren't you?
Yes.
If you've got the raw edges encased inside the French seam, it's much sturdier when you're chucking it through the washing machine all the
So
time.
if your milk leaks...
You and your milk.
My bottle of milk. Oh, that did happen to me. And then the cat litter spilt and it was all in the boot of my car.
What, with the milk?
No, when I'd been...
Oh, different.
Because I get my mum shopping and take it round for her.
Yeah.
So it was cat litter from one shop, milk from another, and but never mind. Never mind. Right, so I've just pinned all the way around, or you can clip.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to sew quite close to the edge, maybe about 1/8 of an inch. So I'm just going quite close to the end, about 1/8 of an inch. And I'm just going to whiz all the way around. I do a little sing when I'm stitching at home, you know. I forgot myself there. I did a little do-do-do.
What?
Oh dear.
What's a do-do-do?
I just made up a little song.
What, when you get to the end of the line or while you're doing the stitching?
Just while I'm concentrating.
Well, at least you do that. I stick my tongue out, so there you go. Now, I've just noticed that the green of the strawberry doesn't go to the end, does it? The green of the above the strawberry doesn't go to the end.
So you centre it in the middle.
Yeah.
And what that does, that means that we can, because we're going to put about 1/8 of an inch seam and then about another 1/4 of an inch.
Yes, of course.
And we don't want it to catch in the
that.
seam. So we've got plenty of room to put the cord in. So I'm just going to whiz all the way up here. So I just love this fabric. I knew, as soon as I saw the fabric, I knew what I was going to make.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
The thing is, when Sunny asked me if I wanted it on the show, first of all, I saw that it was Andover, and you know full well it's going to be good quality.
Yes.
And then secondly, I just love the designs, and you're loving the design as well, because the big bundle, the £50 bundle is absolutely fine. Because this is what I don't understand about this place, right? It's brand new today, and they've not 20% off the main bundle. You do that later normally, don't you? When you've got the ones left over, then you take 20% off, not day one. I mean, I ask you. Right.
So I'm turned it through now.
Yeah.
And then the one thing that I would say is just make sure that you give your corners a little bit of attention, just to poke them out nicely. I've got my little pokey tool here.
I found my Derek the Dobber.
Did
I had
you?
Derek the Dobber and we'd lost him.
Oh, I was talking about that to my friends the other week. They were saying, do they really work?
The knitting needle? Derek the Dobber knitting needle?
Oh, no, I thought you meant the...
what are you talking about?
The clapper thing. You know,
oh, no, clappers are brilliant. If you can get a clapper, you have to get a clapper. They're brilliant, yeah.
All right, have I got time to sew around?
Yeah, go on.
Right, so I'm going to do a good 1/4 of an inch seam.
Yeah.
So a bit bigger. And I'm just doing a reverse at the end because we don't want it to come undone. And I roll it with my fingers just as I'm sewing, so I don't pin it. You could press it.
I was going to say, I always press it because I like that sharp.
If you have a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can press it. And I can actually feel where that green is there, so I know that I'm not going to hit it.
Yeah.
She says, fingers crossed. Well, I've definitely got a one heat I made earlier.
Yeah, just as well.
Yeah, I think that might one.
Does your mum do sewing?
She doesn't now, but she used to. So she's always been a dressmaker, and she used to work in the sewing factories years ago.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, she I think she just enjoyed doing it at school.
Yeah.
And then carried on. And then I say she used to make our clothes when we were little, me and my sister, and but I mean that's all come back now. Everyone, it's so popular, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think during the times we're living in at the moment, a lot of people have taken up sewing again, or a new hobby.
Apparently, more sewing machines have been sold during lockdown.
Oh, amazing, isn't it?
Mm.
Absolutely amazing. So I say I'm just sewing along the bottom here.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the singing. There's no singing.
And I know. I forgot myself, didn't I?
It's because you feel like you're at home when you're here with us, you see. That's what
I do. Well, that's it. It's so, like you said this morning, like by 8 o'clock, I was set up, ready, wondering about. I was thinking, oh, this is...
and there was lots to go through this morning, wasn't there?
There was.
It's quite a busy show today.
Yeah. And obviously we've got Louisa in as well, and then Leanne.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to that later.
Yeah, no Sarah today, by the way. Sarah's not with us this week. So Leanne's in this week and next week.
So I've got a few cotton ends here, but you trim that off as you go. But now I'm going to turn this through. Obviously I've got the cord to put in, but I can show you on the other one. We're going to turn it through. So you'd clip any of those ends. I was a bit...
You know what? You know Derek, our Derek, right? He's got a hat like that he wears at Christmas, hasn't he? But he wears his jumper. He's got his little elf jumper and he's got a little hat that wears exactly like that. Hat.
So again, you're going to just poke those corners out nicely.
Yeah.
And say you wouldn't have as many ends as me because you'd take more time. And there, once you put your cord, you just feed your cord through.
Yeah. So your cord goes through the one at the front, then it goes through the gap at the bottom, and then round the one at the back.
So I'll show you on this one.
And that's just piping cord you've used?
Yeah, I just use piping cord,
But you could use ribbon, I suppose, couldn't you?
I did bring some ribbon, actually. Where is it? Oh, I can't find it. I'm sure
don't
I put it in. Oh, there it is. So yeah, so if you've got some, I've got some green, this is like some green spotty ribbon. You could put that through, but I thought that green didn't go with that fabric, so I didn't use it. But yeah, so you've got your little safety pin and you're just going to feed it through and then feed it the other way. And then I've got just a little toggle that I've put on the end. And then just quickly just fold it up rather than scrunch it. So it looks creased to death.
Technical term.
If you fold it over just to the top of the green there, and say just to the top of there, and lie your handles nice, and then fold it over again, and it tucks in, nice.
Oh, you see, you're good. I'd just be scrunching it in, mate.
Well, I did before, and then I thought, oh, when I take that out, when I go in the studio, it's going to look horrible.
Oh, when you're down the supermarket, you don't want people going, there's that Bernie off the telly. Oh, look at her scrunched up whole bag.
So I folded that over again, and then I'm folding it in again.
Yeah.
So it's like that, and then you've got, just make it into a triangle. And that's
as though you've designed it like it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there you go.
And there is our strawberry. How
gorgeous.
Is that?
Gorgeous. Thank you. Benny's not going anywhere. Don't worry. She's got another whole demo to do for us yet. But I just need to show you this first of all. This is the whole bundle where you get every single fabric. Half metre, 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 half metre. 9 fabrics for £50 and it's 20% off. Isn't that lovely? Now, a quarter of the stock is completely gone. Checked out. Other people have got it in their baskets, not checked out yet. Obviously waiting to see what else is coming up. But please be careful, that because suddenly when a demo is finished, suddenly everyone goes, well, check out, especially as it's free P&P, check out, then it's yours. Because as soon as you check out, you know the people in the warehouse know that you checked out and they start packing it straight away. They start packing straight away. Anyway, so that's your bundle, all of that. But you might want, say, a couple of meters of something, or you might want to make a summer skirt out of it. You might want to make a blouse out of one of them. So these are all available individually, right? They're all available, apart from this one. You cannot get this one individually, the strawberry red. You can't get. So let's go through them one at a time. So there's this one here, which is a beautiful French navy dot. $6.99 for half a metre or $9.49 for half a metre. But now obviously if you buy 2 metres of this, it doesn't come cut up into half metre pieces. It comes as a piece of what you've ordered, right? So isn't that lovely? Beautiful. So that's $6.99 for half a metre. Then we've got the strawberries on white. These are all on the website. All you need to do is go to the shop and watch and shop, click on it and then put it in your basket, however much you need of it, right? That's beautiful, but it's by half metre increments, remember? This one, I love this one. I think it's gorgeous, that fabric. Imagine a lovely little summer dress made out of that, be stunning. Our Laura's got something very similar that she wears out for special occasions, you know. $6.99 for half a metre or $9.49. Then we've got this fabric here, which I think looks little bit like a Liberty print. I'll just move it into the shop. There you go. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful, vibrant colours. Now this one you can't have. You can only get that one if you buy the bundle, the big bundle. Then of course we've got this one here, which is the same as the blue one but with the white background. Imagine if that blouse, a lovely summer blouse made out of that. Be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Then, is it still in the lead, the red dot one? Still in the lead. That red dot one of the individuals is in the lead at the moment. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Then there's this one here, which we haven't really taken much notice of. Can you see? It's not just a gingham. It's a kind of like, looks like a baby patchwork pattern. Okay, and then last but not least, you've got the red flowers on the blue background, which I just think is gorgeous. But imagine, I'm talking, all I've talked about is dressmaking there. Imagine if you're making things for your kitchen or for your garden, for a picnic. If you were making coasters or something for your table outside, lovely tablecloth for outside. Just gorgeous, isn't it? So now, you'll wondered why I showed you this earlier. It's because Bernie's about to use it now, but we've got a special deal on your builder block. Now, Bernie's going to show you how to do your builder block. Oh, have I got it upside down? Oh no, I'm all right. Thought I got it upside down. So this costs you £99.99 anyway. This would normally cost you £45, right? Or £40, it? 99. Yeah, anyway, you get that for free. That's a free gift. That one there is a free gift. If you buy this, and so many of you have bought your builder block since, well, I mean, so many built it full stop, bought it full stop, but since I've been coming here, loads and loads. Precision cutting. So you get all of that for your £99 and 99 pence, or 139.95. Now, to use the builder block, you need a Gemini. Now, there's a John Scott special offer on UK only. What you get is you get the Gemini scene, which you're going to see Bernie using in a second. You get that lovely caddy. Now the caddy sits at the side, but it's got holes in it in the base. So when you put your caddy next to your Gemini machine, the legs of your Gemini machine go through the holes in the caddy, so it's not going anywhere. You can just keep everything in it. And then look, you get 3 sets of dies completely for free in there. I know. Look how much the whole lot's usually worth. £299.95, right? And the dies are worth, how much? £89.97 on their own. Oh no, isn't that brilliant? So £209 for that Gemini machine. And that purple one, the special offer is only available on my show. Laura was saying earlier when she's looking at the stock, very, very, very low stock now. And if you've not used, right, Sarah's not here so I can say it's fine. You use your Club Inspire. If you've not used your Club Inspire first purchase, you get 20% off, right? Not off the original price, off that price there, you get 20% off. Or if you've already used your Club Inspire and you've not used your John 20 code yet, at checkout, you put John in capital letters, 20, number 20, you'll get 20% off. So many of you have taken advantage of either this or the Gemini itself. Right, okay, so let's go to Bernie, because you've made something else for us as well, haven't you, Bernie?
I have, yeah. I just want to appreciate. This is mine from home. I said, I bring mine in. So we always obviously have them for the show. And John Lavia's on his table. These are mine. As you can see, they're not opened yet because I'm just enjoying them.
Because you bought that the day we had it in, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I can't believe you've resisted opening it.
Because I've been too busy, to be honest.
Oh, okay. But normally you'd have it open and out on the cutting table.
Yeah.
So what are you going to make with yours then?
So, well, I'm going to make a block with the Tulip Pink, but first I got so carried away with the Andover fabric, I'm going to make a block with that as well.
Oh,
so
blimey. We're going to be here till tomorrow,
I'm going to be
then.
quick, yeah. I've got them pre-made and I'll show you how we cut them,
Brilliant.
and whether I'll get any stitching done. Again, I'm going to put those measurements on our group, so I'm a Crafters Companion, so make sure you join that. But the builder block, if anyone hasn't seen this before, what it is, it takes out the fear of you're not getting your accuracy right, you're not getting the sizes you need, you're multi-cutting to your speed as well for you getting into patchwork. And I know Sarah said until she used builder block, she wasn't really into patchwork or anything. Now she loves it. She's making all sorts. I know, she's making all sorts. It's amazing. So what you're getting in here is you're getting your main, I would say the main shapes. So you're getting your squares, you're getting your half square triangles and your quarter square triangles, and it comes in this brilliant box that you keep it in, because how many of you have got dies at home and you've lost them, or you've lost the packaging? So you're going to have your trays in each one. Now also you get this, and we call this the road map. So in here it's telling you what sizes each shape are, so you don't have to measure them. We've given you those sizes. And then in one of the drawers, when I find it, we have a booklet, than this one. So we've got a booklet, and in the booklet, we give you lots of hints and tips. It's in 4 different languages in here. So English is at the front. Read then, English. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can read a little bit of French and German, but not a lot.
Okay.
16-year-old GCSE.
Oh.
I actually did better in them than I did my English. Canny. My ladies love me when I say that. And it gives you loads of blocks with full instructions on how many to cut, how many pieces, what size, and it tells you which you join in what order, and basically it's holding your hand all the way through. You're getting 20 in here, and you're getting another, is it 60 online, I think it is?
Well, it's more than that, because you added one a couple of weeks ago.
I did, yes, 61, so we've got the roof. I'm going to add another 2 today. Yeah, so right, shall we see how it works?
Yes, please.
Let me get rid of everything. I'm making a mess now. Right, so what we're going to do, where's it gone?
Where's your block that we're making?
We're going to make...
a strawberry.
Now, the inspiration from this is, if on the Andorra website, where you get the where the fabric's shown on their official website, there's a load of free patterns, including this one that's linked with our strawberry jam fabric. So this is a free download, so I'll pop the link up later on so anyone can go on and download it. But I thought, right, well, I want to make a strawberry, but I want to use builder block, so I've converted it into builder block for you.
Brilliant.
So if you just want to make one block, you can actually use that. So I'm going to get my shapes out that I need. So what I need is, I need some 2.5-inch squares. So let's get my squares out. Now, I have to get my scissors because I don't want to ruin my new nails.
Oh.
Can you
imagine? I thought you were worried about the builder block, not the nails.
Can you imagine?
Oh,
get the scissors out to get them out. So what you'll see is they're all in, like there's like a little lip and it holds it in, so they're not going to fall out. You're not going to lose them. They're not falling out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've got my 2.5-inch. I don't know where I've put my road map. So I've got my 2.5-inch square.
Yeah.
And then I need my... I've got my little list here, so don't forget. 2.5-inch half square triangle. So that's saying there, I know it's a bit small for you to see, but that says there 2.5-inch. So I'm going to place that on top of there and think, right, which one is it? So I know it's that one there.
Yeah.
So we'll pull that one out.
The thing is, you can get these dies out using your fingernails.
You can.
You don't need to use
when
scissors.
You've got daft nails like me.
Also, you might not get another appointment for another 6 months, might you? So you
well, that's true. That's true. So I've got that one, and then I've got my quarter square triangle. So I'm hoping I've not got everything in the way there. You can still see.
Right. And what size is that 2.5 again?
So 2.5 for there. For quarter square triangle, we need the 1.5.
Oh, okay.
Do we, or is it the 2.5?
Oh, you designed it.
No, I think it's the 2.5. We'll find out.
We'll soon find out.
We'll find out, because what I can do is pop my little die on there. Yes, it's the 2.5. So I'll pop
because the 2.5 is the size you're cutting it out at. It's not the size it's going to be finished at, is it?
No. That's it.
Yeah. So you got the seam allowance on it and everything.
I wrote 2.5 and then I crossed it out and put 1.5.
Oh.
So
that would have been after that extra gin or something.
Yeah, that's what it was. Let me just get rid of them boxes so you can see everything. Right, so to use our Gemini, honestly, when I first got this, I thought I don't need one. I'm a sewer, I'm not a paper crafter. How wrong was I? I love it. I love it. If I can cut something with the Gemini, it makes it so much easier and quicker. You can cut up to 8 layers if you want to be brave. You can try more. The machine will tell you if the pressure's there's not enough pressure. So if there's too much pressure, it'll actually tell you that it's not going to happen. Yeah. So just take a couple of layers out.
I saw a customer of ours called Anne this week, and she just bought one of these from us, and she said she had bought another cutter from elsewhere in a different make.
Right.
That's gone back. That's been sent back, right? She adores her Gemini. And now, I'm not saying this will work with every single fabric, but she was making scrubs bags for me and everything like that. And she was able to cut I think she had 12 layers of one fabric she cut out.
Wow.
And it was so precise, and she loves it. She's so excited by it. Right,
That's
so you're doing them all at the same time?
I'm doing them all at the same time. Now I need a 6.5 inch square, but obviously because of time and I wanted to get everything in, I've pre-cut a couple of those just to get one. But I would get that on. I would get all of them all on one plate. Yeah. So I'm cutting out the pieces I need.
Yeah.
Now I'm cutting different layers here. So I've got 8 layers here, John. So I've got 8 layers of that one. I've got 4 layers of that one. And I've got 6 layers of that one, I think. So what happens with the machine is, the machine's fine with that. You've got different pressures. The machine's fine. It's clever enough to know what you're putting through are different, and it equals out across the machine. Now, the one thing I haven't done...
Did you do sellotaping?
I haven't. I'm going to be brave because I've got a brand new plate, but I haven't tilted them.
Right.
So if you tilt them, it's going through on a little bit more of an angle.
Yeah. So you've got a straight line going through, yeah.
So that's
Sue
sometimes
says,
if you hear a clunk, that's where it is, but it's still working fine.
How come you've got a brand new plate today? Sue says, what is the smallest square in the builder block, please?
So the smallest square you can make is a 1.5 inch.
1.5 inch. Mary says, smashing demo, Bernie.
Thank you.
Vanessa says, I've got a lovely shirt on, thank you very much. Thought you might like to see my new dress using Liberty fabric you tempted me a couple of weeks ago. Oh, we'll show that later, Karen. There must be a picture.
Oh, we like pictures.
That's Karen, remember that. That's Karen in Wigan, remember that one for later.
Look at this, that was the 8 layers, John.
Oh, and it just went straight through.
No bother.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely no bother.
The thing is, as well, is they're completely and utterly precise, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because on my Sew Along Sunday a couple of weeks ago, I did a face mask and I cut out all my different face masks using the same pattern. But then because I was doing 8, I was doing my Blue Peter stages and everything. But then by the time I got to the 8th one, it was completely different to the first one, only because you're cutting round. And that in quilting, that is going to make... You can't do that. You can't have one that's a bit bigger than the other. They've all got to be completely precise. So you look at Bernie's cutting out there, they are absolutely so precise. And everyone exactly the same as well.
And you get... Sorry, I've licked my fingers there. Sorry. I'm only touching my fabric. Also, as well, on the triangles, you're getting the dog ears cut off each side. Brilliant. So what that helps, it helps you line up.
Yeah.
But what it also does is saves you time again, because once you've done your blocks, you're going to clip all those dog ears off.
Exactly.
And that's all extra time that you could have been sewing, and that's what we all want to do, really.
And also, Bernie, for beginners, sometimes when you're putting 2 triangles together, they're not exactly the same size, are they?
No.
But when you've had the corners cut off, you can match the cut off corners, so you know you've got it at exactly the right place to start sewing it.
Exactly.
And they all come with 1/4 inch seam allowance, don't they, these?
Yes, the 1/4 inch seam allowance built in, so again, you don't even have to worry about that. And I say, you've got those, I say you can make from 1.5 inches squares up to 12.5 inch raw. It's the finished sizes on the box.
Yeah.
And you know, you've got, I've made this into a 12.5 inch, so this will fit that quilt. So if you wanted to download that quilt pattern, you could download that, but then just
put some of your own strawberries in.
Use your own strawberries, yeah.
Okay, so you've used your own green fabric from your stash for that, haven't you? That's
I put
not
a little
from
bit
the strawberry range.
There is one of the fabrics has like a green or a bluey green strip on it, which you could use that.
Where is it?
I'm sure it was on. Have you got it there?
I've got all the fabrics.
Sure, I saw one, unless I was looking at the blue.
I think you've gone a bit doolally.
So we can see there, I've laid them all out, and it looks a little bit strange, and it doesn't look the same, it doesn't look square, but that's because you've got all your seam allowances on. So I'm just going to show you how to sew one of these blocks together, because the other thing what I've got here is then I've cut the borders. So I've got a 1.5 inch border that you'd put all the way around the outside, so we've got them. But I'm just going to quickly show you how we put these together. So with these ones here, these are the 1/4 square triangles. The reason why they're different to half square triangles is the way the bias is on. So what you do whenever you're stitching 2 blocks together, you want to stitch 2 bias edges together or 2 straight edges together. And there we go. And then you'd put them together, and then you're going to stitch onto that one, and you've got your block. And then all you're going to do is join them in order. And it's just like a little jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? And then piece them all together. And then we have our strawberry block. There we go.
Gorgeous.
That's it. Can I quickly show you?
Yeah, you've got to show it. I know we haven't got time to actually show it being made, but I need to show your block. Yeah, definitely. Look at the way she shoves everything to one side.
Just shove it aside, because I have to show you this one.
Of course.
I've made this block up as well. This is a 10.5-inch block, and this is with the charm packs. So in the charm packs, you've got this one here that's a sewing machine. If I turn it that way, if you can see it the other way, you've got a sewing machine here, which is this block here.
Right.
And you see that
Yeah.
there? And I've fussy cut that out the centre. Again, I've used 2.5-inch squares, 2.5-inch half square triangles.
Yeah.
Yes, half square triangles round the edge.
Oh, yeah, to
and
create
I've cut
that.
them all.
Yes.
Can you see that it's a bobbin? But I wanted to fussy cut that centre one. I'll put it the right way. You can see the machine the right way. There we go. And then I've used the lighter one as the background. And this one, I mean, I've still got about half of each of those charm packs, because the 10-inch square left.
Of course. Oh, no,
So
of
if you
course.
imagine the size of, if you made a quilt with all of these on, or mixed, imagine the size of the quilt you can make with that, isn't it fab? I love it.
Yeah, because there's 40. There's 40. Was it 40 or 42 squares?
I think it might be 42.
42 squares in that chart. You're getting it for free. Oh, I've got it in front of me here. I've got it in front of me.
I mean, there's loads.
42 10-inch squares, yeah.
I'm just going to
42.
happily go through. I've got a pile of them, but I'm not opening mine today. I've got some more here. Look, the scissors, the rotary cutters, tape measure.
I wonder where they'll end up then, though.
The scissors. Look at that. That's a cutting
Yes,
mat.
she says when she did that little film for us, she said that's taken from a cutting mat. There's another one taken from a ruler.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
The scissors, the little, all the hands on, everything. They're gorgeous.
You can tell she loves them, can't she? She's not going to let them go, is she?
Yeah. I'll keep these for more prep.
Right. Okay, you keep those ones safely for us. Thanks, Bernie, for that.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so let's just remind you about this fabric bundle here. Let me just put that one to one side. There you go. Ooh. So, look. You are loving this bundle of fabric. It's got 20% off, half a metre of each one, going through from the blue here to the flower at the end there. I mean, they are absolutely gorgeous, and you're absolutely loving it. Lots of you got this in your basket. 30% of the stock is gone. It's not going to last a day, we don't think. Not going to last a day. And remember, if you love this one, you can only get that fabric if you buy this big block, this full block here, this full bundle here. But it's £50. £50. I don't know, 20% off, or $68. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Gorgeous. Now, and also remember, don't forget, all those fabrics are available individually, apart from the pink strawberry one. You can't get that one on its own. All the others, $6.99 for half a metre, or $9.49 for half a metre. They're just beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. We keep those. There are also, if you're thinking all £50, there are 2 smaller bundles as well available on the website as well, and they're £20 each. So go and have a look at those. Right now. Coming up later, I'm only showing you this because Bernie's already bought hers, right? Her French General Chafakani fabric from Moda. Oh, they are gorgeous. They're coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. When Leanne's on, they're coming up. She's going to do a demo with those in the 11 o'clock hour. I know. Gorgeous, aren't they? That's just a few. I mean, I'll tell you what else there is. Can I be a bit naughty? I'm going to be a bit naughty. Look at these panels we've got. This panel goes with. It's like an embroidery panel. I love it. Absolutely love it. That's not $6.99, but that is just gorgeous. That's coming up later on in Softer Side with Leanne afterwards. Love it. I just love that. Absolutely gorgeous. I wasn't supposed to do that, but there you go. Let me just put that back. Right, okay. Oh, Miss... Oh, you know what? She's brought it back, but hang on, I've got it down here. Mystery bundle, as always, is absolutely flying it. You don't get the canvas bag, obviously. You get 6 6.5 meters of fabric. Now the fabric is 100% cotton, machine washable, quilting weight, crafting weight fabric, and they have been chosen and put together, been collated, so they all go with each other. Now I know, because I've had these in the back of my car. I brought these up this week from the Evesham store. They are gorgeous fabrics that we normally sell in the shop. They could be designer, they could be our own make, whatever. You get 6.5 meters of fabric in your mystery bag. You don't get the canvas bag, obviously that's just for some. Right, a third of the stock of those gone. Now every week we've done, since I've been here, we've done these mystery bundles, and every week they sell out. Every week they go. So please, please. As Sarah said, she's not actually making any money out of this. Because if you think of how much you're paying for 6.5 meters of fabric. I know. Right, so that's the mystery bundle. If you go and find that on the website. Sunrise, oh, I didn't know you had a picture of that. There's me leaning to get it. There's the sunrise special from earlier this morning, £12.50 or $12.97. It's gorgeous. It's fabric designed by Sarah. Lovely, so country. It's lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. And as I said, 165 days till Christmas. I know. It's frightening how fast this year's going, and what a weird year, eh? £12.50. Oh, now, Karen from Wigan messaged in earlier saying I'd convinced her to, oh, look. I saw this. She was put this on Facebook last night, not the finished thing, right? She's going to the supermarket in that today. This is Karen from Wigan. You'll all know her. Every time she sees a fabric she loves, she buys it and then she makes a frock out of it. Normally, we get a picture in her dressing room and there's about 400 dresses all lined up. Anyway, Karen from Wigan, that is beautiful. Have a lovely time at the supermarket later on today. Right, where shall I go now? Oh, yeah. Get your emails in. I've read them all out. They're all yellow. So here it is, studio@crafterscompanion.co.uk. studio@crafterscompanion.co.uk. Now, every time Louisa Galt, our lovely Louisa Galt, is on the show, we have huge amounts of sales. Now, we're going Christmassy. We are going Christmassy. I normally would change my shirt, but we don't have breaks anymore, do we? So I can't change my shirt. I wouldn't put Christmas. Look at these. We've got the kit that makes 2 placemats like this. Oh, hang on, I'm not in the right place, apparently. There you go. Oh, now I'll pull it back a bit. There you go. I'll fill the screen. There you go. Now, I have got this Christmas fabric available today as well during this hour. In fact, I'll show you in a minute. I tell you what, let me go through everything that's available in this. So in the box, in each of these boxes, there's enough to... Oh, let me open the box and I'll show you. The Yuletide Christmas wreath table mat. Oh, this is what I love about Louisa's kits. Look how beautifully presented they are. So you've got all your strips of fabric there. Louisa's going to show you what to do with all of these. Oh, this is new. You don't normally get your papers in a little envelope like that, do you? She's being tidy. Then all your Christmas fabrics you need, your cream background. Now, you don't get the backing, obviously, in it, but you can buy some of the I've got this Christmas fabric available in this hour. This is £28 plus all your instructions. So this is what Louisa's going to show you. So it comes in 2 colourways. There's that one, that Macawa Christmas one there, or... Wait till you see this, because a lot of people have commented on this on Facebook already. The Scandi one. Look at the Scandi ones. They've got your signature, Louisa signature quilting on that. You don't have to quilt them like that if you really don't want to. And let me show you what's inside that box as well. So this is the Scandi one. So again, you get all your strips of fabric. You get your papers in your little... Oh, that's so cute. You get your instructions. And look at these beautiful fabrics. Which one are you demonstrating? Scandi on the other one? Oh yeah, so you'll see this one being demonstrated in a second, right? And that kit there for £28 will make 2 of these. They'll make 2 of these. There you go. I might pull it back a little. There you go. Teamwork. So they're only £14 each if you think about it, if you're getting 2 made there. Now, before I go on to anything else, I'm just going to show you the Christmas fabrics. Now, these are all available, excuse me, these are all available on the website. We've got more in for today's show because this sold out when I launched it, but we're not getting any more. This is it now. This is it. They are the most exquisite Christmas fabrics. Look, they're $6.50 for half a metre. Or $9.50 These are the only 5 we could get in. But imagine if you buy half a metre of that, you could do the backs of the 2 of the. If you got this Christmas fabric in that bundle, get half a metre of that and do that as the backing of your. The backing on the Louise's other ones are Macawa linen texture fabric, either in steel or in cream. Or in cream. Right, okay. So those fabrics are all. I'll show you them again. I just want Louise to get started. But now, before we go any further, when we had this panel in stock 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I can't tell you how quickly it sold out. Bernie made some all sorts of goodies with it, didn't she? Look. That is £8.50. Oh, £8? Oh, it's £8. I thought it was £8.50. Oh, $12. Please be careful though, because so many of you have asked when we were getting this in again. I'll just show you, because they're all different, look. They're all different. Can you see? Actually, can you go to the full screen, Daniel? There you go. There you go. Look, isn't it beautiful? £8 or $12. That's a panel that you can do all sorts with. Now, I've got to get on because Louisa, if you don't know Louisa, where have you been? Louise Gott is one of the top EPP and FPP and quilting experts in the country. She's got her own business, Sew Motion, and she lives with her husband on the beach, near a beach. Have you got a dog yet?
No.
Not got a dog yet. Not yet. But she is renowned. She's known for her EPP. And for those who don't know, EPP, English paper piecing. It's a very, very fine old tradition that people love doing because it's portable. If you've got long train journeys, if you love sitting with your husband while he's watching the football and you want to do a bit of hand stitching. He doesn't watch football, Justin. And you know what I mean? It's a really, really good... And do you know what? In these days, in these stressful times, right? I have my Facebook Lives to save me, sort of thing. If you want something that is good for mindfulness and good for calming the mind, EPP is perfect for you. And start it now. It's 165 days till Christmas. Surely you'll get 2 of them done by Christmas. Anyway, Louisa, let's have a look at what you've done. They're gorgeous, by the way. These are absolutely beautiful designs.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Right, okay. So in the kit, as you've said, there are enough papers and fabric to make 2 mats, matching mats. So what I've done is, as you've said, I've put the templates now into a nice little neat envelope so you don't lose them. But what you have is... You've got red and grey in the Sakandi one. You've got 4 red stripes and 4 grey stripes. And they go... Where are the mats? Oh, you've got... So if I show you the picture... Oh, yeah,
do you want the mat? I can hold it and I can point to where you want me to point.
So in one mat, you'll have the grey for the star bits. And then...
Oh, yeah, you've got it there. It's fine.
So you've got 2 for the... Hang on, what am I talking about?
What are you talking about?
I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's just start from the beginning, shall we? Right, so it's a curved English paper piecing Christmas wreath. So this is the paper, that's that shape. So as you can see, it's made up of, I don't know what you call this, it's like a...
Oh, now, I tell you what it looks like. When you buy butternut squash in a bag already cut up, a lot of them are that shape.
Butternut squash?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's the seeds. Right, okay. Well, I'm not going to call it that.
All right.
Teardrop with a chunk taken out of it, I suppose. Okay. So that's the large piece. And as you can see, I hope you can see, there is a line around there, a guideline. So
actually on the card?
On the card. So it's engraved into the card. And that helps you line up the neighbouring one. Can you see that? So,
right.
So that helps you get your curve. So you can like sew them together willy-nilly, and then you wouldn't get they wouldn't line up right at the end. Willy-nilly,
is that a technical term?
Yeah, it is very technical. So I've drawn you a line on there. So as you can see, it just carries on the curve shape and completes the teardrop shape.
Right.
Okay, so that's the first thing you've got to be wary of. So
but you've written this in the instructions, haven't you?
Everything's in the instructions. I didn't sleep very well last night, so my brain's a bit fuzzy.
Oh.
So we're going to start off by pairing your teardrop with your kite shape. So all of those, first of all, connect kites to the teardrop shape. So that's the first thing to do. So let's just start from the beginning and baste one of your papers. So in the kit, you've got all the strips there for your
teardrop shapes.
Right.
Then you've got, so this is where, you're not going to
Now, Louise, I just
them.
need you to move the bot. Just look at your screen. There, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Okay, so you've got all your features fabrics, or your Scandi fabrics for your teardrop shapes.
Yeah.
Then you've got these two bits which make up the accent pieces for the cutlery on the side of the panel.
Yeah. So they've already been cut for you, so don't cut any of your little shapes out of those bigger pieces, right?
So then you've got a grey and a red, so they're for your kite shapes.
Right.
In the wreath.
Yeah.
And then you've got your two background squares.
And what's the binding made out of then?
The binding, so here you've got your 4 red and 4 grey.
Yeah.
2 are used on one mat for the borders.
Yeah.
And then on the binding on the other mat.
Perfect.
And then grey's the other
Oh,
way around.
I see. But you can basically do what they want, because they've got enough to make 2. If you want 2, you just mix and match. You can mix and match the colours, as long as you only cut your papers out of the strips the papers are coming out of. You only leave the 2 rectangles. Let me show you one here. So you cut all your papers out of these shapes here. Do not touch those shapes where your knives and forks go, because they're cut specially for you. And then these are your strips for either. So this one's got the red border and the green binding, but the other one can do a green border and a red binding. But if you want them to both be identical, is there enough fabric to do them identically?
Yeah, ideally you want different borders to different binding so that they stand out. But you can match so if you wanted to have the red kites and the red borders and then the grey binding.
Yeah, perfect.
And you put it succinctly, which is why you're the professional.
Well.
Right, I'm going to start again.
Yeah. So you're opening your box.
So you've got your strips. So you've got 7 Scandi strips, or the other strips, which are more than you need. So you can put them together however you want. There's 10 shapes in a ring, so I've just put 2 of each shape. In each diagonally across, but you could be random. You've got more than enough in there to do as many as you want, really.
Could you do 4 of one colour, maybe? And
yes, you can. Yeah, you've got 14-inch strips, so you can get 4 out of each fabric. So yeah, you can do.
10% of both options gone already.
Excellent. Right. So first thing, glue pen. So I know that people are wary of glue pens, but this is a special pen made for fabric. It's temporary. It does come out completely, and it helps me especially because I work with curves. So if you try to thread baste a curved shape, you'd probably have to do a running stitch and gather it, or tiny basting stitches, which obviously then you're going to have to take out afterwards.
Right.
So with the glue pen, it's a lot easier, and it helps you get a nice smooth curve when you're basting.
And Louise is using the glue pen that we've got, which I'll get Johnny to put the graphics up for in a minute. You get a pen and you get a refill, and as Louisa just said, it's made especially for fabric. Don't be popping down to and getting one of those sticks, because they don't work. If they're for paper, do not use a paper glue stick on fabric. This is specially designed so it doesn't ruin your fabric, it doesn't mark your fabric. When you wash it, if you ever wash the cushion, it disappears, and you can machine through it without it clagging your needle. Right, I have to get that in. Right, carry on.
Perfect. Right, so we're just going to dab a little bit of glue onto the back of the paper.
Yeah.
So make sure you're gluing it face up, so your marked line there is face up so you can see it.
Oh yes.
Okay, and then you're just going to cut a generous 1/4 inch.
Right, now this is where I have to butt in, because I've made one of Louisa's kits with curves. I did the Japanese garden one. And if you leave a big seam allowance, because I was thinking, I'm going to leave a nice great big one, it actually doesn't make it easier. If it makes it easier. So I'd say go 3/8 inch rather than a 1/4 inch. Don't go 1/2 inch or 5/8 inch.
I think it depends on. So if I'm going to cut into this seam here, so I would leave a bit extra there,
right? So
it doesn't fray. But I know you left quite a lot over.
Over.
Well, yeah, all right. All right. So when you went to curve in your edge, you had a bit too much excess.
Okay.
Okay. So as I say, if you've concave edges, just snip into the fabric allowance, just stopping 3 or 4 threads width from the paper's edge, so you're not cutting right up to the paper, about every 1/2 inch. So then you can put some glue onto the fabric rather than the paper. I don't mind putting it on the paper, it always comes out for me, and again, because you've got curves, you do need to be a bit more secure.
Yeah, of course.
So just run a thin layer of glue on the paper in from the edge, so not quite on the edge, because you don't want to sew through the glue.
Yeah.
And then just hold them down. So it just takes a little bit of a firm rub, and then obviously you can see. And because I haven't gone straight to the cut into the paper's edge, you're not going to get a fray there.
No, because the last thing you want is that little hole showing, isn't it?
So then you go down the straight edge. So then when you come to this curved edge, just gather, so the fabric will gather.
Yeah.
And
because that's the opposite way. When you do a concave, you have to split it so the fabric goes out. When you're doing a convex, you get gathers rather than splits. So you don't need to cut the convex ones.
No, you just have to cut the concave. So there you go. So you get a nice smooth basted edge. So if you try and get that as smooth as possible, that rounded edge, if you get some points, just unfold it, re-glue it and put it back again.
Now I told you every time Louisa comes it's popular. 20% of both kits have gone already. We're only like 6 minutes into the hour, so please be careful.
So then with your kite edges, these are very simple. They're just straight edges. So again, dab of glue on the back, stick it down, cut roughly, I mean these can be 1/4 of an inch, these are fine.
So are we calling those the leaf bits, or the what would you call?
Yeah, I mean I call them, they're a kite shape.
Oh, kites, kites.
And then again, just run some glue in from the edge on the paper, all the way around, and then, as I said, you're going to pair up a kite with a teardrop.
Yeah. Now, people aren't supposed to cut those corners off, are they?
No, don't cut the dog ears off.
You've got bits sticking out.
That is quite a big dog ear. I mean, to be honest, I probably would cut just a little bit of that off. Because all you're going to do is, you're going to leave them, you're going to tuck them under, so you don't want too much bulk there.
Yeah.
But you do not want to cut anywhere near that point, because again, it will fray when you come to sew it all down. Right, so,
please tell me you've threaded your needle.
I did, and now I've just unthreaded it.
Oh no. When I do my Sunday sew-alongs at home, I have about, if I'm going to do a hand stitch, I have about 20 needles all threaded, ready to go. So the last thing I'm going to do is go like this, trying to thread a needle while everyone's watching and things.
I'm going to use grey thread. That was my other threaded needle. Right, okay, so put a knot in the end. So easy way to do this. Have your needle, threaded needle in one finger, put your thread on top of underneath the needle with you, and then just wrap the thread around the needle, hold the needle and pull it through. So
ooh,
just pull in the thread through and you'll get a nice big knot on the end.
Oh, okay.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so thimble. Thimbles are optional, but I do love my little.
If you can do a lot of hand stitching, I think it's good. Yeah.
So, the only thing you need to line up here is this point with this point. Okay, so take the needle up behind the seam allowance of your kite shape. Just sew a stitch in the seam allowance just to secure. Yeah. And then you're going to just take the thread across from that point to the point.
Can I just show this picture, because we're not seeing it exactly. Is this the bit I'm showing you now? Is this what you're doing now?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So you can see how thorough it is in the instructions there. So if you're thinking, oh, I can't quite see what Louisa's doing there, it's all in your instructions there. Very, very thorough.
Okay, so which way shall I turn it? That way. Okay, so I've just attached those 2 points there across the seam allowances. So you're only actually sewing into the seam allowances. So this is called a flat whip stitch or a flat back stitch.
Oh, so you're not bending it over?
So yeah, so as you would traditional EPP, you would fold them over right sides together.
Yeah.
And you would sew over the top.
Yes.
Which you can actually do on this bit because it's a straight edge.
Yeah.
But when it gets to the curves, you do need to do a straight.
Oh, I see. So you're doing it this way so that every single seam is sewn the same. Yeah.
So hold them so you're sewing away from yourself.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to catch the very tip or the very edges of both shapes, seam allowances. Oops. And then you're going to go up and over. So you're going to go over like you would with traditional whip stitch.
Yeah. So you're going to see all the stitches on this side.
You're going to see them on the back,
on this side,
but you shouldn't see them on the front. I mean, as you've said, it doesn't matter if you do see the
I
view on
see.
the front.
In EPP things, I like to see the odd little stitch. I think it's lovely when you do see a little stitch because it's handmade, isn't it?
Yeah,
So-
well, exactly. I mean, if you really don't want to see the stitch, then I would normally use a red thread with this.
Yeah.
Or just a matching thread, and then it does disappear. But as you say, handmade is handmade.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're going to all the way down. So you're going to do this to all of your 10, what are we calling them? Teardrops. All the way down. So
Neve says, good morning, John and Louisa. Happy Christmas. Thank you, Neve. Alison says, hi, John. Really enjoying the show. Bought the builder block. Oh, thanks for the discount. I love Alison. Bernadette says, good morning, John and Louisa. Nice to see you two together again. It was my birthday on the 12th of July. Me and my twin, Mo. Ooh.
Oh.
And then we've got Marcy's back. Just bought the... Oh, I can't read that. Something over it. Something panel. Oh, Moda panel. I've been trying to buy these panels for absolutely ages. It's impossible to find them here in the UK. I'm so chuffed. Oh, Marcia, thank you. And then Janet says, morning, John and Louisa. I learned how to marry the thread to stop it from falling off the needle yesterday. Just love doing EPP. And that's from Janet. You can get your emails in. I'll get Johnny to put it across the bottom for you down there. There you go. studio@crafterscompanion.co.uk. Best way to do it. I mean, people do leave messages on Facebook and YouTube as well. It's best to email them in. It's easier to email them in. Right. Sorry,
Right,
Louisa, I didn't mean to
I've
interrupt.
forgotten to... we'll just pretend, rather than repeating myself, that that's attached to that.
Right.
Oh, actually, no, we do need to
No,
do
do it. It's fine. It's an EPP lesson.
So, again, just... Ooh,
Actually, while you're doing it,
yeah.
I can show you other things that you might need when you're doing EPP, like some, because you've best pressed your fabric, have you?
No, I haven't.
Oh!
No, I best press before I take the papers out. You can obviously best press your fabric. It's fine.
But you do use best press at some point?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine then.
Yes.
Here we've got some best press. I didn't want to go, oh no, we don't use best press. Here's your best press.
Oh, I love best press.
This is scent free, this one. £12.50 or $15.50.
It just makes such a difference just on creased fabric, let alone on any sewing or anything.
Oh yes, totally. And if you're doing a lot of bias work on the bias, best press is fantastic to have, right? And then the other thing is wadding, because you'll need a bit of wadding if you're going to quilt it. This is fantastic here. This one is... Oh, I've got nothing written on it. I'll be able to tell you in the graphics now. 100% natural cotton. Oh, that's my favourite. $7.99 in there, or $11.99. And also you can. There's enough in there to do both of those, isn't there? There's enough in there to do both of your cushions. And now I've shown this before in Louisa's hour, but Louisa's going to be using this later. We've got a folding ruler. Oh, now we've taken 20% off that for you already. You want me to pull it away from you a little bit like that? There you go. $23.99 UK or $27.96, 20% off. It's a 12.5 by 12.5 folding ruler, which Louisa, if she gets time, will show you how to use that in a secondo. And just to remind you about the kits, Louisa's kits here, they come in two different colourways. There's the Scandi kit, which is the one that she's demonstrating in now. There's enough in the box to make two of these big placemats. If you're sad like me, you only need one. Oh. So I've got all Christmas to make one. Then there's the other one here, which is in the Macawa fabric. Both of them are available on the website as well. 28, how many? 20%'s gone, 20%'s gone, 20%'s gone. Now, also, I'll just throw this in here. Last time Louise was on, she did two other cushions, which if we get time, we are going to show you how to do. But if you're thinking, oh, I might quite like one of those brightly coloured cushions, I thought they were on the wall behind Louisa, but they're not there at the moment. They're on the... there's this one here for £22 or $28. Oh, star first. There's the star one, which is my favourite, I have to say. And then you've got the Hexy one there as well. £22. Right, sorry. And I'll just show you this then. I'll just show you what we're actually making there. This is the other colourway. Louisa's doing the Scandi one. This is the other colourway version there, the Macawa one. Right, okay.
Right,
sorry, Louisa.
I'm back on track.
You're back on track.
Okay, so you're going to have 10 units with your kites connected to them.
So what you do is you can collect all of the kites to the curvy bits before you do anything else.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So this is where that line comes into play. Okay, so you're going to start. So if you can see, The line, there's the curved edge on there.
It's like an embossed. I don't know how.
It's like lasered. It's like an engraved,
engraved
into the paper.
Yeah.
You see it better like that.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, so there's a line all the way down there.
Yeah.
So that point of the line on the edge there meets up with the points that
the
junction
seam
there. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So first, you're just going to start the thread there. So we're going to do this in 2 bits, so you can line them up, so they line up properly. If you gently fold the paper, you can see where that line is folded at the edge. So you don't have to unpeel seam allowance to find out where that point is. You can just see it there. So just bring out your thread at that point, the seam allowance, and then you're just going to carry it across to where those 2 pieces meet.
Yeah.
In the middle there. Okay, and then you're just going to sew across those 2 pieces. So those 2 match. You see that? So those 2 match like that.
So you're literally just matching the two.
Those 2 points there, and then you're going to turn it around so you're sewing away from yourself again, and then sew up that kite shape again like you did before.
Right.
Okay, so that's your first stage of sewing.
Obviously, Louise is doing bigger stitches than
I
you
am
normally
doing
do.
bigger stitches, yes, and my thread's coming undone.
Oh.
Okay, so it's going to sew all the way up to the top. Like so, which we can pretend that I've done.
Oh, Janet says, can you show us the thimble you're using, Louisa? And Annette says, love Louisa's demonstrations. They're very, very clear.
Oh, thank you very much. God, I need sleep. Okay, so my thimble is just a plastic adjustable one.
Yeah.
Cheapest chips, but it fits me. I think I've had a couple of customers ask me about it that have either long fingernails, which I haven't got, or just like painful fingers or something, because it doesn't cover the whole finger. There's a lot of area in space, basically.
Yeah,
because you can get some that get a bit sweaty.
And what size needle do you use normally then?
Well, see, this is the needle I found from somewhere that I love, and I'm very, very upset if I lose it, and I have no idea what size it is. I use sharps. But I think it was from a pack that you had like sizes 8 till 3 or something.
So it's whatever, so you can use any.
Whatever suits you. I mean, I quite like a short needle with a big eye.
Yeah.
That's just me. But I know somebody else uses straws, which are a longer, finer needle. Which I've tried to use, but I bend them. And I think it's because I use curves. You have got to pull your thread quite tightly.
Yeah.
So you don't really want a bendy needle as such. So you're going to go all the way to the end, break thread, and then you're going to rethread your needle with another length. So this is why I like a big eye, because there is quite a big...
Lots of threading of needles.
Quite a bit of threading, yeah. Okay, so then you're going to knot... It's bright light in here. You're going to knot the end of the thread again, and then this time you're going to start at the other end of that curved edge. So you're going to bring your needle up. Again, you can fold the paper slightly so you can see that curved edge.
Yeah.
And then you're going to just bring the needle out at that edge again.
And is it where the indent in the cardboard is again?
Yeah, that's indent. That's Yeah, so that's, you're going to bring it out that at the edge, and then you're going to then connect it to the other end of that curve.
Yeah.
Oops. So then that just like completes the curved edge. So if you, so connect those 2 points. So if you carried on that curved edge along that indent line there, then that completes that teardrop shape. So then again, turn it round so you're sewing away from yourself. And now you're going to just sew up that curved edge to complete it all the way up to the point where you started. So then that just means that you've got all your points matched up. When you get to the end ones to match them up, then your curve should lay flat. Now, if it doesn't lay completely flat, it's not the end of the world. Give it a good spray with base starch, best press, particularly around the edges. And then you're going to take out your papers. And once you've taken out your papers and you give it another little press, any creases or anything that's not lying flat will lie flat.
Yeah.
As long as you've marked up and all your points have met all the way along, then you'll be fine. So you sew all the way up there, all the way to the top. I won't finish that now. So that's how you carry on, going all the way around until you have a completed wreath.
And to do that on each one then?
Do that on each one. So you're going to have, I mean, you can do one at a time, you can do all the stages each at a time. It's up to you and how you work. This one, I think I did one wreath at a time. So I was going to show you how to take the papers out.
Right, okay.
Okay, so you give it a good press, give it a good spray with your basting spray, your starch.
Your best press. You didn't sleep, did you, last night?
And then you're just going to give it a good press and make sure you, as I said, you get a nice sharp, that you keep that nice sharp fold around the edges.
Right.
And then to take out the papers, I've taken most of them out here, but you just, if it's been in for a while, your glue can get a bit hard.
Yeah.
So the best thing is to just, when you've given it a press or give it another press, that softens up the glue, so then you can just gently peel back the papers off your, so this helps when you've got quite a good seam allowance because you're not going to fray anything. So peel it all back.
What time is it in California?
I haven't a clue.
Because Sandy says hello from California. So is it the middle of the night?
5 hours behind. Yes.
Oh, and then Wendy says, watching between teleconferences, great show. Oh, thank you, Wendy, my love.
Okay, so just peel back. I mean, if you have sewn through the papers, as you can see there, that ripping sound was just me ripping through the paper, but that's fine.
So you can use those papers again then?
You can use them again.
Now, are there enough papers in the kit to do both cushions separately? Or do you need to reuse the papers to do the second?
No, you've got... Yes, you've got enough papers. You've got 20
I was just thinking, because people might want to do all the wreath first and not do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you've got enough papers to do both mats at the same time. Yeah.
And then you can save the papers for other patterns later on.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see now, I've pressed, I'll give it another press around just to, and it is a press, not an iron, so you're just patting, you don't want to disrupt the edges too much, it's just to flatten down the seams. So take all your papers out. So then you're going to have your background fabric. Now, I have given you a 13.5 inch square to applique the piece onto. But then you're going to need to cut that down to 12.5. It's only because when you applique pieces on, it pulls in the fabric sometimes, so you end up with not the shape that you started with.
Yeah.
So you're going to fold your square in half, unfold, fold in half again, so you just get a centre marks. And then you're going to centre your wreath on top. So this wreath's symmetrical, so it's easy enough to line up.
Right.
So you've got stars there and the star points there, so you just match those up on your folded lines, and you're going to pin it down. Now you can use just normal pins. If you've got little applique pins, then they would be lovely.
What, the tiny ones?
Ones. So I would start in the centre, do your 4 points first.
Yeah.
And then go around and do each of your points.
Oh, Yuletide and Scandi neck and neck at the moment.
I think Scandi's my favourite. It's been around for a while, mine. Scandi.
The Scandi fabric, or you?
Cheeky. Justin sends his love, by the way.
Aww. Justin's the husband, not mine, her husband.
And you were knocking my Cockney credentials the other day.
Was I?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I said I'm a Cockney. You went, no, you're not.
You haven't come across as a Cockney.
Born at Barts, which means I was born in the sound of the Bow Bells.
Bow Bells, yeah.
So, proud Cockney. Well, I'll be there and everywhere, so you don't know where I'm from, really.
Didn't like to say more than tell you. So you've pinned round the central bit first of all, and then you're pinning like sunray or starburst out to the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be a bit, you might prick yourself now and again, but to be honest, if you shouldn't.
Most people who are sewing are used to doing that.
Exactly. I mean, if you are going to take a while, you could thread baste it just in place, so you don't cut yourself. Right, so now I'm going to use a slightly finer thread for the applique. So it's Aurifil's 80.
Oh, so it's the thread that disappears into. It's so fine, isn't it? Just disappears into the.
And I just use this light grey for everything, really. It's quite nice. So again, thread your needle. So we're going to start at the inner edge.
Right.
And you're just going to do a whip stitch.
Right.
A slip stitch, sorry.
A which stitch?
A slip stitch.
Slip stitch.
Slip stitch.
Is that like a ladder stitch?
No.
What do you call a slip stitch then?
Slip stitch is just a applique stitch.
Oh, okay.
I call it.
Right, yeah.
Is that not what it's called? Oh. All right, so you're just going to start from behind the wreath, just to secure your thread.
Yeah.
So just a couple of stitches in the background.
Yeah.
And then all these bits that are sticking out, you're just going to fold under.
Oh, it's
so
like, almost like doing hand turn applique then, isn't it? But you've already turned the edge under.
So your needle turn applique. So yeah, you've turned it already, which is why I like this, because and that's why I say when you're pressing it, make sure you've pressed your edges really finely.
Yeah,
so when you take the papers out, you don't lose that curved, the folded edge. So you're just going to pick up the very edge of your applique, go directly down into the background fabric, go along a bit, and then come back up again.
Perfect. Right, while you're doing that, let me just update you on the kits and on the fabric. What would you like to do first, Johnny? Fabric, Christmas fabric. Right, okay. They're all individual by the ½ metre. You didn't really see them before, so let me show you them properly now. Let me pull them back like that. So you've got this gorgeous one here. They're $6.50 for ½ metre. They're beautiful cotton, really, really gorgeous cotton, Macao cotton. So you've got that one there, which has got your mistletoe and your holly and leaves, fir leaves on it on a lovely rich green background. You've got this lovely one on a kind of turquoisey, duck egg bluey one, which is just like old-fashioned sprigs of holly. This one I adore. This one is like a William Morris come Liberty print, isn't it? That's absolutely beautiful. So this is the fabric that Louise has used. If you've not bought the Scandi one, if you bought the Yuletide one, this is the fabric she's used. So if you want to buy a fabric to go on the back of your placemat, then these fabrics would be absolutely perfect. This one is rich and gorgeous and stunning, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. These are the only ones we've got left, and we're not getting any more of this in. I'm not saying we're not getting any Christmas fabrics in, but we're not getting any more of this range in. So if you want this range, you need to come and get it now. And then this one here's got a little bit, well, they've all got a little bit of gold thread in it and everything. They're absolutely beautiful. So those are £6.50 for ½ metre. They're all listed on the website. We've got a panel. The panel is absolutely flying out again. Did last time we had it, and remember last time we had this, it sold out before the end of the show. So please be careful if you've not come in for this one. But I'll hold that one up and get that for you. Can I do what? Sorry. There you go. Each one is different. Each wreath is different. Chop them up. Now, when Bernie was on with this last time, she made a door wreath, she made a bag, she made a decoration, she made a candle mat, she made all sorts of things. So it's £8. You get 8 different motifs on there. $12. Beautiful. Right, well, very quickly, stay tuned for 11 o'clock. So what I've got coming up at 11 o'clock. We've got that. That's the mystery bundle for £20. Most of the stock is gone. Oh, half the stock is gone. Half the stock is gone. It looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Just that. Oh, I love this. This is the Chafakani French General Fabric. It's an embroidery panel and it is stunning. That's what Marcia said. She couldn't find anywhere else in the UK, and she's bought hers, snaffled hers up straight away. $13.99 or $18.99. Brand spanking new today. Then we've got the Chafakani fabric. Now they're all by the ½ metre. You see, I think there's a mistake there. I've seen this fabric on sale for £8.50 elsewhere. $6.99 for ½ metre or $9.49. Go on the web, look at that top middle one. I think it's absolutely beautiful. We've got a bog off coming up. Look, the fabric coat bog off. There's going to be a demonstration on how to use your fabric coat later on, and it's half price bog off. You buy one, you get one for free. You get 2 for $14.99 or $19.95, and you'd normally pay $14.99 for one of those. This is brilliant, this fabric cutter. Now, this fabric cutter does come with 2 meters of fabric completely free. It's a mystery, I can't show you them, but there's a mystery. I love that. It's like, when you're at school and you played with the gillet, didn't play, but you did when you did card making at school and everything. That is fantastic. It's $59.99 or $89.99. And it can be used for right-handed or left-handed people. Now, I've not had these on my show before. These are Build-A-Block curves. There's Bay Leaf and Rob Peter to PayPal. They're brand new to me. They're not brand new to the channel or the show or anything, because obviously they've been on before. I've not seen those before. $59.99. Look how much you're saving. Look how much you're saving. And then last but not least, please be careful with this, because very, very, very limited. Only available, this deal is only available on my show. If you'd gone to look at the website yesterday or the day before, it would have been at its normal price. This is only available at this price on my show. $209.96. You get the machine, you get the caddy. The machine is in the purple, by the way. The caddy, and you get the 3 sets of dies. So it's the diamond, the triangles, and the hexes. $89.97 they're worth, those dies. Oh no? Anyway, that's right. Right, so let's carry on with these then. So we're doing Louisa Galt's EPP table mats. We've got them in the Yuletide, and we've got them in the Scandi. And what we're doing over, what Louisa's doing over there is the Scandi. So we'll get back to some sewing now, because I know you love to see the sewing. They're £28 each, and you get 2, enough to make 2 placemats in each. Right, what you're doing now?
Okay, so I've sewn all around the inside.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to show you, before I show you anything else, how to do the points.
Yeah.
So, as you did the middle, just start off in the background fabric. You're catching the edge of your
Whereabouts are you starting? Right at the bottom or in the middle?
In the middle.
Yeah. Okay.
In the middle of the kite shape.
Yeah.
So then just to show you how to get to a point. So when you get to the point, fold away. So you'll have this dog ear.
Yeah.
Fold the dog ear so it's facing the other way, so you can get right to that folded point.
Yeah.
And then you're going to sew all the way up to the folded point. So not the very edge of the fabric, because obviously that's the seam allowance, but you're going to go up to the folded point. And then sew a couple of stitches at that point just to secure the point.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to have this big flap of skin here. So you can chop off a little bit, a tiny little bit. So I would just take off very minimal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just to reduce the bulk underneath, but don't go
sharp
anywhere
scissors
near.
As well.
Yes. Don't go anywhere near the folded point. So then now you're just going to fold that point right under your piece, and then carry on sewing down the next length. So that's how you get nice sharp points. So I mean, that's the same on my diamond cushion as well. So you'd use that same technique on there. Anything with points in, really. Yeah. But the important thing is not to chop off that seam allowance. Right. Because you just need, obviously that just ruins the integrity of the fabric. So then you'll go all the way down to your next point, and you carry on sewing all the way along, all around the outside. Okay. Okay. So that's that bit. So I'm just going to show you. So let's pretend that I've sewn it all down. I won't take the pins out. So what you'll find is the fabric's pulled in slightly underneath. Right. So if you went to measure it, it would not be 13.5 inches. Right. So you now need to cut this down to 12.5 inch square. Right. Okay. So I'm going to use this ruler, which happens to be 12.5 inches, which is very lucky, really. So you're going to have given it a press. This is going to be a bit lumpy because I've obviously got pins in it. Yeah. So what you need to do is, when you trim anything down, any of my panels down, most important thing is to make sure that the motif or the thing that you've pliqued is going to be at the centre of your background square. Right. So you don't want to just chop off edges. You want to measure out from the centre of your wreath. Okay. So half of 12.5 is 6.25. So you just want to follow down 6.25 inch line. You can probably see your crease mark still in that centre bit there on your background. So just match up the 6.25 inch line with your 2 points and with your centre mark. Right. And then you'll chop down that side. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. And then you will then turn your block around 90 degrees and do the same. But the other 2 sides will now be exactly precise, the ones that you've cut, so you can just lay your ruler down. I haven't got that far yet. So the second side, you'll line up again with your 6 1/4 inch line all the way down.
Yeah.
And then chop off that line.
Oh,
so then once your first two...
so you've only done one at a time, you've not done two at a time.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I do one at a time. And then, so then this line and this line will be nice and trimmed.
Yes.
So then you can put your... And then you can put your whole ruler on the top of there.
And look at the ruler as well. Look, it's 20% off today. It's £23.99.
So it's great because you've got that strong diagonal.
Yeah.
So if you're doing half square triangles or anything, it's a great little ruler.
Yeah. You don't just use it for 12.5-inch blocks. Don't be thinking, well, how often am I going to make a 12.5-inch block? You can use it for all sorts of different sizes, all sorts of different projects. It's just that we thought it was ideal for Louisa to show you because she was going to square hers off using this 12.5-inch ruler. And it's 20% off today. £23.99 or $27.96. 20% off. Right, while I'm here, before I go back to Louisa, things that she's used are the glue pen. Let's work out which order we're going in then. The glue pen, £5.49. You get the pen and a refill for $5.49 or $7.99. Always worth multi-buying those, because you're going to run out. You know what I mean? If you do lots of EPP, you are going to run out. And you'll find you use it because Sarah used it for all of her Drunkard's Pathway, every curved, the wedding, double wedding band. Best press, did you say? Yep, Mary Ellen's best press. There you go. This is a good one. This is because they're a good size bottle and you get a squirty trigger thing with it. £12.50 or $15.50. You get 16 ounces in there. This is scent free. On the website, we do have one. Well, I think we've still got them at the moment with different scents, right? And then, what's this? Oh, wadding. What was I going to do next? Oh, wadding. Sold out. Wadding sold out. Can't buy the wadding. Sold out. And sold out. Back to Louisa, please.
Okay, so when you've sewn you've got your complete trimmed block.
Yes.
You're going to now create the 3, so as you can see on the runner, there are 3 thin borders.
Shall I show you mine? Here, if I hold it here.
So there's 3 vertical thin borders and then 2 fat borders.
Yeah, so you've got the 3 thin borders go between the main thing you just made and the cutlery set.
Yeah.
And then one at each end there, and then one at each end there. Perfect.
So the way to cut this, so you've got 2.5-inch strips in your kit. But those thin strips are 1 1/4.
Right.
Okay, so I just made it easier so that you've got your 2.5-inch strip. The easiest way to do this is lay out one that's folded, obviously.
Yeah.
Trim off your ends.
Oh, you're all right there. Don't go backwards and forwards with the rotary.
No, sorry. It's the Trini in me.
How many times did I shout on Great British Sewing when they did that?
It's Nicole coming out in me.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is 12.5. Okay, so you're just going to cut out 12.5-inch strip.
Right. And you know that ruler's 12.5, so it's perfect again.
Exactly.
I think that needs a new blade, that rotary cutter.
I think it might be neat.
I think Bernie just took the one off display here for you earlier. So.
Okay, so you've got 2.5-inch by 12.5-inch strips.
Yeah.
So you're just going to cut those in half, basically. So it's 1 1/4 down the length. So that's just a quick way of cutting your thinner strips. So obviously you'll get 4. You only need 3. Gosh, yeah, it's not me. It's okay.
Is Bernie still in the building? I'm going to slap her wrist.
So discard 1, and then you're going to. So we'll just pretend that this is 12.5.
Yeah.
So you're going to lay out your pieced unit, and you're going to sew a strip on there. Obviously, that square's not 12.5.
Yeah, of course.
Trimmed it. And then you're going to have your 2 feature squares. So again, it's completely up to you which ones you put with what.
Yeah.
There's a multicoloured one, and there's a grey one. So I think I've put the grey one with the red borders, and vice versa. But you can put. It's a lovely.
It's up to you. They're your projects, aren't they? You can just do
and then that one goes on the other end.
Yeah.
So you sew those all in one unit.
Yeah.
And then from your other grey strip, your second grey strip, you're going to cut 2 18 3/4 lengths.
Yeah.
And then sew them on the top and the bottom.
Perfect.
So press all seams towards the borders.
Yeah.
And then you can quilt.
Okay, so that's where your wadding that's sold out.
Yes.
Plus your fabric that you need to supply the fabric that's on the back.
Yeah.
What you've used is Macawa linen texture in cream, and for the Scandi one you could use Macawa. Oh no, you've used the same one in that one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
But you can use whichever
can
fabric
use
you
one
want.
of
Yeah.
the-
Yeah. Okay. So now, when you quilted yours.
So to quilt it, so you obviously have your backing, your wadding, your top.
Yeah.
Pin them, baste them together, however which way you want to, and then I use curved safety pins, and then I've obviously my go-to quilting now is wavy machine quilting. So it's with your walking foot. There's nothing free motion cleverness about it. You just start in the middle of your panel, and then just sew using your walking foot. So your feet, your dogs are fine. Don't touch your dogs on your machine, and then just you're guiding it gently. So you're just guiding it through the machine. Just do a gentle curve, and then you break thread. So you're starting off in the wadding, you're ending in the wadding, so there's not going to be any ends to sew in or anything like that. You don't have to turn the unit. So this is what's great when I use it for big quilts, because you're not having to turn the quilt around in the machine.
Of course.
You're just cutting the thread, pulling it back to the top of the unit, and then sewing again.
Right.
So you're going to go all down the right side, all the way down to the right edge. So you've only ever got that much unit in the machine.
Yeah.
So you're not got lots of quilt in there. So then you turn it 180 degrees and then sew the other half.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay, so some lines are wavy lines, some I will mirror, some I will echo. They're just generally 1/4 to 1/2 inch apart.
Yeah.
And
if you wonder what we're talking about, just have a look at this one, because this has been done using that technique. Oh, you've gone across, not up and down. You've gone across.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, you can do either.
Yeah, but you can do whatever you want to. I think what they'd be quite nice done is if you've got some embroidery thread and you kind of echoed the shape of the wreath and everything like that, be quite nice.
I've done
if you
that
don't
in
want to do
another-
machining, because if you think about it, apart from the seams, the whole thing has been hand stitched, hasn't it? Now, the other thing I was going to suggest is there any of enough fabric to make a little pocket going across there? Because like where the knives and forks can go there, if you have a little pocket going across the bottom, you could just slip your knife and fork into the pocket.
So that's the only, for the thin strips, you're left with that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you could put a nice little pocket on the end.
bottom, just so you could just do that. Right, now, that's it as far as these concerned. I'm going to tell you about this because Louisa's going to get ready now to show you how to do her starburst and her hexie cushions that she had last time, if you missed it last time. But I just want to remind you of these. So the one we've got in first is the Scandi. So this is the Scandi one. So there's two, you get the kit to make two in the box, you see. Two of them there, beautiful, aren't they? You get, and I'll show you what's in the box now as well. So, you get inside, beautifully packaged box here. So you get your papers that come in that lovely little envelope. You've got your strips that Louisa was just showing you there for your borders and your panel and your binding. You get these two pieces here. They are for this section here. Do not cut into those.
They are different size. So you can tell one's 14 and one's 12
Oh yes, yeah. And then these are all your fabric to cut out your teardrops and your kites and things like that. And then that is your background fabric there. So you've got everything you need for the front of these, but there's enough there to make two. There's enough to make two complete placemats. And I'll just show you through the instructions because they're so thorough. They're brilliant. Look. So right from the start, I know I've done, not this one, I did the, what's the one I did called? The willow.
The curved EPP.
Yeah, the curved
Japanese
one. And the instructions are just incredible. Look, all the pictures, everything you need to know.
Not that you followed them.
I did follow them. There was only one bit I got wrong. And also, Louisa's company is called sewmotion.com. You can always contact her there. If you get stuck on anything, she might put Justin on to you to answer them, but you can get in touch with her. And if you're stuck on anything, the customer service is, she is brilliant. So that's the Scandi one. And then we've also got the Yuletide one here. Exactly the same, but using the Yuletide fabric from Macawa. Gorgeous. And then again, you've got your panels. You've got your two panels, your binding, your background, all the bits for the kites and all the bits for the curved teardrops there, and of course your papers in the envelope again, and the full set of instructions. £28 or $36 for that. Oh, hang on, I've got an issue. Say this again, please, Johnny. Right, I've lost Johnny. I can just hear him miles away in the background. I might need to... Let me just do this. No. Right, it's not that one, it's this one. Right, okay, I've lost the people in the gallery, so I'll pick these up, because this is what Louisa's going to show you now. This is the Starburst one. Now, when Louise was on last time, she did these, and she's brought some more back for us today. This is a cushion cover, and this is obviously the front, so you get your papers. You get this incredible rainbow of fabrics here for your star shapes. Now, you do get an awful lot of fabric left over when you've done these, and this is your background fabric here. So that one there is your star print one. That's £22 or $28. And when we go over to Louise has got these two cushions, so she can show them in real life. And then this one is called Hexi, which is again the same principle. You've got your rainbow colours here, and then your background. Look at these, they're just gorgeous. And there you get your hexes to do all of the hexes. Now you have too much fabric again to do the whole thing. You'll be able to have enough to do a coaster or something like that with those. And of course you can use the papers over and over again. £22 or $28. So now we're going to go over to Louisa. She's going to show you how to do this, and I'm going to sort out my my talkback unit. So Louise, you start off with the star print one.
Well, I'll start off with this. I'm not demoing this today, but obviously the last show on the 16th of June. Is it the 16th, 14th, 12th of June? I'll have that on it. But this one is, so they're made up of diamonds. So there's rows of diamonds that make up a large diamond, and then you sew the large diamonds together to create a whole star and applique that onto the background. But I will show you now the hexagon one. So that's the lovely hexagon one. So again, I did it rainbow, a bit like lockdown type rainbow colours, but I do like a rainbow, and they're Alison glass fabrics, so they're really good quality. And who doesn't like a rainbow? So we'll show you how to do the hexagon cushion. So I thought I'd obviously glue based, but I was going to show you how I've thread based as well.
Yeah.
For those that do not do so, just so quickly to glue based. You've got all your papers in there. This one I've used a couple of times, so you can reuse them. As before, you just stick the paper down, cut round, quarter of an inch, half an inch, quarter of an inch seam allowance, and then again you're just going to run your glue on the paper, fold down your fabric onto the paper, give it a nice firm press. And then you also want to push the fabric towards the paper, so you get a nice taut finish on the front. Okay, so that's how you would glue baste your hexagons. So I just wanted to show you how to thread baste. Okay, so again,
yeah, you keep going. You're doing a brilliant job.
I'm going. So you'll find some papers have got holes in them. Like if you've got a hole punch, you could put a hole in there, and then you would just you would pin through the hole just to hold the paper in place before you, but I'm just going to use a pin. The papers are thin enough, so you can just pin it through. Again, cut roughly quarter of an inch to half an inch all the way around. Okay. So thread basting, actually I'll use a different coloured thread so you can see what I'm doing. Ow. So traditionally, thread basting, you would sew through the paper, which obviously is great, but means at the end that you've got to take all the fabric, all the thread out to get your papers out. This way, you only are going to sew across the seams at each of the points. So you're still not going through the paper. So if you start off with one, I haven't done this for ages, I don't thread baste anymore. So if you start off, fold two edges in so you get a nice sharp point with knotted thread, just catch that fold. So you're not going through the paper, you're just catching that fold there.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of stitches, and then you go along to your next one, fold that over. So again, you get a nice fold. Oops. And you're just going to go and cross over. So you're going to go through like that and then go over. So you're just catching that fold. And then you go all the way around. So what you're doing is, and you're keeping a nice tight, it's not as tight as gluing, I would say, but it's tight enough. So you go all the way around. So it also, obviously, because you're not going through the papers, you can leave these tacking stitches in once you've finished all your sewing, and then just pop the papers out. And again, if you've got that hole in the paper, it helps you grab hold of the paper with a pin to pop out. Okay, so you thread based all the way around. So then I would then finish off where I started. And you've got a nice basted hexagon. Okay, so this one is, as you can see, sewn in rows. So traditionally with hexagons, there's a lot of different patterns.
Yeah, you normally do grandma's garden.
Yeah, so that would be one hexagon. I'll do it down here. That would be one hexagon with 6 surrounding it. So that's your normal, is usually a flower shape, which is lovely. But I chose a different design, and I like the stripy design. So this is done in rows. So that's your first row. So what you're going to do is you're going to, so this is again a different technique in that I am going to sew them right sides together.
Right. So this is how we were talking about it earlier. You put them face to face and then whip stitch round.
Yeah. So I'm using the same coloured thread here. So what you would do is you'd use, to join your first 2 hexagons, put them right sides together. So these are quite short edges, so you can actually hold it so that those line up, but you could put a binding clip on the end just to make sure that they line up. Again, with knotted thread, bring it up behind the seam allowance. And now this time you're going to just catch the very edge of your 2 pieces, and you're going to go over the top like so. And I've forgotten to put my thimble on, so okay, so you go all the way along. So that's your traditional whip stitch, which if you were using a different coloured thread you would be able to see on the front once you've sewn them. But
you know Bernie, who was just complaining about that rotary cutter, she's back home now.
Is she?
Watching the rest of the show, having a fabulous time. She had a fabulous time this one. We love seeing Bernie. She's on again next week, actually, Bernie. Christine said, does that rotary cutter blade automatically go away, or do you have to put it away itself?
You have to put it away yourself.
You have to put it away
That's
yourself.
Why I didn't.
Mary says she loves your Scandi placemats.
Thank you.
And June says, morning John, love to see you on screen, great show. Just bought the Chaffakani embroidery panel. Oh, it's going to sell out before we get to it, I think. I can imagine it's in red work. Oh, Jude, it's going to be gorgeous. We'll show you that in a second.
So then you're going to sew these together in a staggered row. So make sure you don't sew them like that, because that won't work. It's a staggered row.
Well, it'll give you a different...
It will.
But it would just give you a completely different look, wouldn't it? You'll just have straight stripes rather than caterpillar stripes.
True. So rather than breaking thread every time I get to the seam, I'm going to sew in the seam allowance to get to the next point where I want to be.
Right.
Okay, so you're just going to just a running stitch in the seam allowance to where I want to be.
Yeah.
Take it to the next point, and then again you put your next 2 hexagons together and sew over the top as you did before. So you go all the way along. So once I got to the end of that, sewn that seam, I would then go in the running stitch, and that's to take me to that point, and then carry on. So you end up with a row.
So you do make it so that you make like a red stripe, a yellow stripe, a green stripe, a blue stripe, a pink stripe, a purple stripe. So you've got all the stripes to be ready to go beforehand.
No.
Oh, you don't?
You start off with a red row just like that.
Yeah, or whatever colour you want.
And now you're going to attach the orange ones, or whatever colours you want. But rather than doing it all in one lump, because then, I mean, you could do them all in different rows, and then you'd have to sew all the rows together.
Yeah.
But the quick way that I thought of doing it was, I'm going to attach, so you sew those 2 to that.
Yeah.
And then, so if you lay them all out.
So you do it by the row, but you're doing it individually.
Yeah,
you don't make up a red row, a pink row, a yellow row, and then try and join them together.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's sensible, really, because that way you're only adding one at a time, whereas if you had a whole row, you've got both rows flailing about all over the place, haven't you, to try and get them to work before you stitch them together.
So this one now, I would use scissors to cut the thread, obviously, not your teeth. So now you would sew the orange. Okay, so we're going to attach. So because you're using papers, these papers are obviously foldable.
Yeah.
So we're going to sew the first edge along. So this, I mean, hexagons are a great place for EPP for beginners because you've got no no curved edges. It's all straight edges. It's a nice simple shape, and there's lots of different layouts you can do with hexagons. They are very versatile. I mean, I think, to be honest, the majority of quilters have got a hexagon quilt half finished in the loft.
Exactly. My friend Dulcie has, and she's watching it actually. Right, now we're just coming to the end of the time. Is there anything we need to point out on either of these kits that people need to know ahead of time, or anything just to watch out for, or just enjoy it?
Just enjoy it.
Because they're joyous, aren't they?
Yeah, as you said, you've got more than enough fabric in there to make that cushion. So you could do that cushion, you could expand it, you could make it into a bed runner.
Can you just hold it up for us so we can just have a look at it on the thing?
You could make it, a thin, small bed runner. But yeah, just have a play. And as I said, hexagons are a very versatile shape, but as are diamonds actually. But again, with the diamonds, it's a nice straight edge. You can play with the layout, play with the fabric. But the kit's a really good place to start because you've got all the fabric there. You don't have to think too much about fabric placement. You just follow the instructions, and then once you've got the technique down, you can do your own thing. Brilliant.
Now, promise me you'll have a cup of coffee before you drive home. Right, so the two kits that Louise has just shown are these on here, which is the Hexi, that's one's in there, using the sun prints. That's £22. Enough to do the whole of the front, and there's some fabric, the coloured fabrics left over. Then this one here, which is the diamond and star one. Now, some of these fabrics you only cut one diamond out of, so you have loads of the fabric left. We worked out that you'd have enough to make 2 stars, I think, on the last show when we did these. They'll obviously be different because you're going to concentrate on different colours, but you've got enough to make 2 stars there for £22. Now, remember earlier I was talking about Club Inspire. So before we start our softer side with Leann this week, I just want you to look at this little film because it's so worth joining Club Inspire, and it's completely for free. Have a look at this.
Welcome to Club Inspire, our free loyalty club. As a member of the club, you can save up to 20% every time you shop with us. For every £1 you spend, whether it's in one of our stores or on our website, you'll collect 1 loyalty point. The more points you have, the more benefits you'll receive. As a welcome present, we'll give you 20% discount with your very first order. Once you place your first order, you'll be given 250 points straight away, making you a bronze member. This will mean that you'll receive a 5% discount on all of your purchases until the end of the next calendar year, plus priority postage. 500 points takes you up to silver membership, where you'll get 10% discount plus free shipping when you spend over £20. When you get to 750 points, you'll become a gold member, which gets you a whopping 15% discount on every order, and we'll ship them to you completely free, no matter how big or small they are. Spend over £25 and we'll send them to you via our premium next day delivery courier service. When you reach 1500 points, you'll become a platinum member, giving you the same shipping benefits as a gold member, but with the added bonus of a massive 20% discount on all of your purchases. Now, on top of that, you'll receive exclusive discounts, sneak peeks of brand new products, special offers and money-saving vouchers. You'll have access to an exclusive secret Facebook group to meet like-minded friends, to find out information first and to be inspired by all the crafty makes. We'll send you a completely free quarterly Digimag direct into your inbox, giving you lots of hints, tips, inspiration, additional offers and some sneaky behind the scenes gossip from the team. So what are you waiting for? Become a member of our club today.
So it's softer side life taping, not with Sarah. Sarah can't be with us today. No. We're graced with Leanne's presents. She's been in makeup for the last 4 hours, so you know it's better. No, I didn't mean it. No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. I did not mean it like that at all.
You mean I'm looking like a pantomime Dane there, John?
Not
Scott?
in the slightest.
Oh,
what I meant
okay.
was we did our prep this morning and then she picked her bag up and said, I'll be off, I'm going to put my slap on. And then we didn't see her for 4 hours. That's what I meant. Not she's been troweling it on for 4 hours or anything like that. But she must have, right, like Bernie and I have to share the tiniest little dressing room, right, round the back there. She's obviously got some suite somewhere because she picked her bags up and left the building and then came back. So she's obviously got knowledge that we don't know. Anyway, you all know Leanne anyway. It's lovely. I'm really, really excited to be doing this show with her this week. And I can't wait. So shall we start? Shall I tell you very quickly some of the things that are coming up during this? Softer side. I'll just explain this very quickly. While I was at home in lockdown, Sarah wanted to keep a sewing show going. So she did the softer side, which was a kind of way to introduce a lot of you to sewing and kind of start off. So it's for beginners, intermediate and advanced sewers. You know what I mean? Because Sarah herself will say she's not the best seamstress there is, but she's learnt over the summer how to do it. But by you doing these shows, and hopefully she said, so we have got lots of things to show you. The mystery bag, now you don't get this bag, and I haven't got the fabrics in mind, so Leanne will have to talk to you about that, but it is 6.5 meters of fabric, gorgeous quality cotton, quilting weight for £20. I know, I mean, it's a fantastic bag. You see, now, it's 2 minutes past 11. I have to look at the clock up there, right? 2 minutes past 11. 60% of today's stock has gone already. £20. £20, half price. It was more than half price. Leanne will be telling you more about that later. Do you want me to run through these quickly? Oh, now, I have to tell you, when we announced on the website that this was in today's show, you have gone absolutely crazy for it. Chaffakani, beautiful Moda fabric, right? It's only £6.99 for half a metre. And Bernie was the first person to buy. As soon as Bernie knew we had this, she was in and she got this. Now, these are all available by the half metre, £6.99 for half metre. If you love traditional quilting fabrics, then and they're Moda, right? So you know full well that they are going to be top quality cotton, these. They are exquisite. Now, there's big pictures on the website. So watch and shop and go and have a look at the pictures and everything. There's this one here, which is like a kind of vine leaf, different reds and pinks on a biscuit background. Then look at this one. How traditional and gorgeous is that? That is so rich. You've got your lovely dark red background, then you've got your biscuits and your kind of greys and your, I don't know what colour I'd call that one, sort of a soft chocolate colour in there, everything. Beautiful. Then look at this silhouette one here. But it's not just a silhouette, is it? Because it's got dots, it's got colouring in, it's got shading, it's got all sorts of things going on. £6.99 for half a metre. I can't tell you how gorgeous it is, and the amount of you that have come in for these already this morning. Then we've got this, which is a lovely blender, which is kind of your biscuity tone, but it's not just a straightforward biscuit. The background has actually got a little dot going on, and then these little motifs are like little squashed leaves. Just beautiful. This is my favourite. This one, I adore this one. I love that one. I'd like a kind of curtains in a period-looking drawing room made out of that. Do you know what I mean? That's absolutely exquisite, isn't it? And then last but not least, we've got the vine leaf one again, but in a different colourway. It's got the creamier background with the red sprig on it, right? They are all £6.99 for half a metre. 100% cotton, machine washable, 44 inches wide, and they are exquisite. Wait till you see this. Now, this isn't going to last. This is not going to last, right? This is a panel that Marcia has been trying to get for ages, and she's not been able to find it in the United Kingdom, right? It's a panel. It's for embroidery. Imagine that, doing that for red work. It's £13.99. Now, is it on? It feels like it's on linen. It feels like it's on the most beautiful linen. It's $13.99 for that panel. I love it because not only have you got the panels for you to actually do your red work on, you've also got ribbons that you can cut out of there. You've also got all sorts. There's so much in there you can use. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if this sells out before the end of this first hour, because it is just exquisite. We've got as many as we could of that, and it's going to fly out. It's beautiful. Shape cutter. Now, I've not seen these before. I've got the shape cutters now. Here we go. Shape cutter here. Right, so these are... Leanne's going to show you how to use these in a second, but you've got curves. You've got the curves here. You've got the triangles and diamonds here. And now I was about to call those cupcakes. They're not cupcakes, they're tumblers. And I wrote... You tell me you don't get all of that in there. See, that's $9.99. I know that's $9.99. And the spare blades in there. £40 or $51 for all three of those. These, Leanne will be demonstrating these in the softer side. In fact, I think it's one of the first ones things to come up, might be. Okay, and then, other thing, she's got these. These, right? These fabric kits, you've got a boutique purse and you've got a wristlet clutch. That's not right. It's not right. It's not right. It's £10 for both of them. £10 or $14 for both of them, right? They're $14.99 each, these. So if you were to buy that one on its own, it would be $14.99. If you bought that one on its own, it's $14.99. So that would make it, what, £29, right? No. £10 for both of them. You've got to be quick on that one, though. You've got to be quick on that one. Right, so Leanne is going to start with curves, apparently. Let's have a look. Here we go. Oh, we're carrying on. She's not quite ready for me yet. So, what else can I tell you about? Well, let's have a look at the mystery bundle, which is here. I haven't got it in here, though. I haven't got it in here at the moment. So, what you get in here is you get 6 half meters of fabric. 6 half meters of fabric. Plus, they're all quality quilting. Try saying that with someone else's teeth in. They're all quality quilting weight cottons. You might get designer. You might get a Riley Blake. You might get a... Well, there's also... I haven't got it... what I've got in here isn't what you're going to get. But the other thing you've got to know is they're all collated to go with each other. So, you know, sometimes you buy a mystery bundle and you get like one Christmas fabric, one geometric, one spot, different colours. And no... These they have all been put together so that when you take all 6 of them out, they will all work well together. Oh no, fantastic. How many? 70% of the mystery bundles have gone. 70% have gone. Right, are we ready? Are we ready? Just nod. Yes, here we go. We're ready to go to Leanne. There you go.
Well, I was a little bit discombobulated, John, because I've been sat crying about all of the makeup jokes.
Don't say that.
And I had to go, and all the mascara was down here, and I had to go and have it repaired, and but I won't take it to heart that you think I'm a pantomime Dane, John.
Right.
I won't take it to heart at all. Now, these builder block curves are a fantastic range of dies, and I have to say, until we had these dies in our collection, I would not quilt in this fashion because I was terrified of it. Really, it was just squares and rectangles for me. These dies will absolutely revolutionise your patchworking and give you the confidence to be able to make quilts which are far more involved than you've done with your squares before, but not just quilts, because we've got the 2 different designs here. I love the names, and I'd love to know how we come up with them, but we've got Rob Peter to Pay Paul and Bay Leaf. And then if you have a look here at this cushion, this is an example of what you're going to be able to do using those fabulous curved dies, getting those incredible shapes that we've got. And we're going to be looking at these in the second hour, and I'm going to be demonstrating it for you, showing you how easy it is to cut with them and how easy it is to put them together. The deal on them is phenomenal. And if you've been on the fence a little bit, Rob Peter to Pay Paul, like those little birdies there, I think you should dive right in, because you'll see that for you, if you're sat at home and you've been scared before, this will take away all of your nervousness and make you look like a pro.
Okay, so now, this mystery bundle, have you got one of your own over there?
Yeah.
because it's the most incredible deal, and 70%. This was supposed to be Leanne's first thing because I talked about it earlier. 70% of them have gone already. But Leanne, who is, she's going to have a quick rummage through the bag now and see what kind of fabrics you get in there. Have a look.
Well, I'm just sure that this little pile of fabrics can go back into stock when I go home because they're glorious, I have to say. You've got the most beautiful array of designs here that you can see, and I really can't convey in words to you the quality that you're getting here. These are premium quality quilting cottons that have that lovely dense weave that you want and that fabulous superior feel that you get from a quality fabric. Now, I know our John, he took his van. It was like a house moving van, and went there, raided the Evesham store of all of its fabric stock. So you're going to get a real selection and different designs, but you can see they've been curated because there's 3 beautiful greens that go together. Here we've got a lilac and a purple that will go together. These 2 will go together beautifully as well. They're curated so that this bundle will coordinate and allow you to put brilliant projects together, but you've got a real variety.
Are they the fabrics I'll get then, Leanne, or is it a mystery?
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. So this is an example of the fabrics you'll get, John, but you will get a bundle of the same quality, curated in the same fashion. So you will get fabrics that will coordinate and blend and work together for your projects, maybe for your bag outside and bag lining or something like that. But you're going to get the best. Honest, I cannot, if I wish I could pass it out to you, have a little squeeze, because it is so incredibly smooth, just the high premium quality quilting cotton that you would expect from brands like Riley Blake, Macower and Threaders.
You see, and be quick because more than 70% have gone already. And we're only, 10 past 11, just gone 10 past 11. Right, so the first demo that Leanne's going to do is about Fabricoat. Now, we had this on the show a couple of weeks ago, and Sarah showed us what it did, but we didn't actually do anything with it. So we thought, let's do a proper full-on demonstration with it. But look at this price, right? If you bought this, right, if you buy this, that's $14.99. That's $14.99. Today, if you spend $14.99, let me get the right way around for you, there you go. If you spend $14.99, you get both of those. 2 for $14.99. It's a bog off. It's a bog off. Now, you must be thinking, well, what is Fabricoat? Well, that's why Leanne's here, the expert. She's going to show us what Fabricoat is all about.
Oh my word, I adore. If you've watched before, you'll know how much I love Fabricoat. Now, I've got John, you won't know this. I've got a story for you.
Oh yes.
And it'll be a surprise for you, because actually Fabricoat was my idea.
No.
Yes, it was. And the manufacturer who makes this Fabricoat has worked with us for many years. They're based in France. Very good friends with the owners, Francois. And we were talking one day at one of the shows, John, and I said, do you know, Francois, what frustrates me is I have to buy meterage of that oilcloth when all I want to make is a little cosmetic bag, or maybe a little bib for a baby where it doesn't, where it can be wiped away, or maybe a little raincoat or something where I just want it to be waterproofed, but I don't want to have to buy 60 inches wide and a metre long.
But also, Leanne, how often you go to a shop to look at a kind of foil cloth and you don't like you're thinking,
pattern.
I like that fabric, but I want it in, and you go,
and I want it in that oilcloth, and you can't, because you want to use the fabric, the beautiful fabrics that you've got, like in that fabulous mystery bundle we've got, and you want to do something with it in a waterproof way, but you can't. So I set him a challenge, and off he went, and he made this. So, really, every time I use it, I'm thrilled and I adore it, and everything gets Fabricoated at home. But actually, I'm really proud as well.
You're on a percentage.
I'm not, John.
Imagine how rich you'd be now if you were on a percentage.
Well, I'd be in the Bahamas, John, wouldn't with me feet up. That's where I'd be. But I'm not. I'm here, and we're all pleased about that. It's much better to be here than in the Bahamas with your feet up, isn't it? Absolutely. Now, the thing about Fabricoat is, and I'm just going to let you have a little look inside the pot here. It is a really viscous, runny kind of a glue, but it's not a glue, because it is a coating, a waterproof coating for your fabric. Very, very easy to apply. I'm going to show you how to apply it, and then we're going to have a look at the results and the different types of results you can get with more layers that you apply.
Can I just say, yours will be full.
Yes.
Yours won't be half empty and used.
I did tell you I loved it. Yeah, I do love it. I use it all the time. Now, I've got a little piece of fabric here that we could waterproof, water resist, so that we can work with it, and you can apply it in whichever way is comfortable for you. And I've got a variety of tools here. So you can see I've got a professional art spatula, I've got my plastic spatula, a little bit more reasonable, and I've got my Advantage card for a popular high street drugstore.
Other cards are available.
Of course, any of those cards you get that you don't want, or they're just rattling around in your purse, that is what I use. I get the best results for that because it's got a nice bend on it. So what I like to do is just pour a little bit on, and I go into one corner. You can just fish it out if you want to, but this is the way I find it easiest. So I pour a little dollop on, and then I just scrape it, like if you can butter toast, you can apply your fabric coat. So you can see I'm just being gentle, and because of the width of this store card, I get a nice coverage really quickly. And then just so you can see, what I'm doing is I'm taking it off as I'm putting it on. So that would go back into the pot like that, and then I take that up and I go to all of the edges, and I can see where I've been because it's got a shine on it. And actually I would have one of those Teflon, you know, we've got them on the Crafters Companion site.
We had them last week. We had it on last week.
Yes, the craft mats that we use, have it on one of those just to save your mat underneath.
I was going to say, don't do it straight onto your mat because you could ruin your cutting.
You could. Well, you'll get the glue on there, but our stick away, we'll get that off for you if you get a tin of stick away. And that's always on the website for you. And the other thing is, it will go through. You want it to soak through the fabric, so don't do it on your best dining room table that's been polished and glazed and beeswaxed, because you'll affect that. So do it on a mat, not as I'm doing. So you continue with that, and you can see I've just got a lovely coating there. I'm going to pick it up to show you so you can see the shine. So you'll see it's tacky, and you should be able to see a little shine on it there where it's a little bit wet. So you can see that there. Now what you do with that is you leave that for 20 minutes, okay? So you put that aside. I'm going to actually, put that aside nicely, leave it for 20 minutes. And when you've done that, you'll have a piece which has one coating on. Now, I've got 1, 2 and 3 coatings here. So after 20 minutes, I would do that again. After another 20 minutes, I would do it again. So I've got 3 coatings, and we've got this here, and I'm going to bend them so you can see the difference. So this is my piece of fabric I started with, no coating. This is a piece here with 1 layer on. Can you hear that crunch a little bit? And you can see how it's stiffened up now, and it's got that lovely water resistant feel to it. So that's if you just want something which is kind of splash proof, not truly waterproofed. Right. Then you could do 2 coatings, and it gets a little stiffer again. So you can see how it's holding the creases a little bit more. They will come out. You can iron them on the reverse. Okay, so that's 2 coatings, and then you've got one here with 3 coatings, which now starts to feel like the traditional oilcloths that you would buy on the high street. And this is what I would do for a sandwich bag, for a baby's bib, for a little rain jacket for a baby, for a toiletry bag, for anything like that. I would do 3 coatings. You do 3 on 3 little scraps as I've done. Decide which one you like the feel of, or what's going to work for your project.
And then how long, so if you put 3 layers on, how long do you then leave it before you start sewing or cutting it?
24 hours.
Right.
So leave it for 24 hours so that it's fully dried and fully cured. And then once that's happened, you're going to get a piece of baking parchment and a hot iron, no steam, and you're going to iron it. And that finally sets it for you. And when you've done that, you can wash this in the machine at 30 degrees, no problem at all, in the washing machine.
Does it matter which side you iron?
So no, as long as you've got your baking parchment on there, because the fabric coat will have soaked through all of the fibres of the fabric on the top and the bottom. You want it to be all the way soaked through, so you've affected the structure of the fabric, not just put a layer on the top. And actually, that's a good note to point, because some of those cheaper oilcloths that you buy on the high street, John, they have an iron-on laminate on the top, and that can peel and come away. Whereas this actually treats the whole piece of fabric, soaks in there, and makes it become a truly water resistant piece of fabric. So it's so much better. Right, so I thought, look, let's have a look at how we can make a nice little pouch for, you know, for all of your makeup. Like I've got mine's twice this size as John has already
Only twice.
told you.
That's your travel version, though, isn't it?
Yes, this is my portable on the plane version whenever we get back on a plane again. And actually, it's a really easy little project to do, and fabulous that it's got that lovely water resistance, because if you're in a hotel bathroom and you've got it on the side and it gets water all over it, you can just wipe it off.
Yeah.
So what I've got here is 2 rectangles. I've got a rectangle that has been treated with the eau de court, which you can see there. And then I've got a rectangle not treated at all. That's just my lining fabric. Okay, these rectangles can be any rectangle size you like. It'll affect the finished size of the bag, because the finished size of the bag will be approximately half of the rectangle. So just decide-ish, there's no real measurement with it, how big you would like it to be. And then I've got my zip, okay? So to put your zip on, what I like to do is work out where my finish is going to be. So I line it up and I put my zip in place. I'm just going to move this along because I like to stitch a zip. Let's go the other way. I like to stitch a zip with it off the end to start with. There we go, because it makes it easier if you haven't got a zip foot. And I line it up and then just turn the zip. Imagine I've got a stitch, turn it. Yes, that's the right way. So I just check that. If you're a really experienced sewist, you won't need to, but I like to check that just to make sure I've got it in the right place. I then take my lining fabric, and you want right sides to right sides. So my lining fabric goes down on top, and that lines up with the top of the zip. Now, I would use a little clip or a couple of pins. Be careful when you're pinning on this fabric when you've water resisted it with the fabric coat, because you might be able to see your pin marks in a lighter or a darker fabric. I'm going to do that just so that it's still for the demonstration, but at home I would use these little wonder clips all along. If you're confident you don't need to clip, then don't. I personally never ever sew through a pin. Do you, John?
Do I what, sorry?
Sew through pins?
I did when I trained, because
Yes.
years ago when I first started, you'd pick, but since, no.
No.
And in fact, I did the other day when I was sewing through something for one of my masks, right? And the whole needle bent, and it was literally just went like that, and then I had to get a new needle out, rethread. Oh, it was just a nightmare. But yeah, just please be careful with it.
Right. So I'm just resetting my machine.
Oh, are you?
I am, because I've got the zip foot on, but I have the needle in the patchwork position.
Oh, right,
so I'm
okay.
just putting my little zip foot back on here. If you bear with 1 second. Let's get that up. There we go. Off and on again. Marvellous, that's reset. Let's get the little zip foot. And actually, if you're after a machine, this zip foot comes in with the machine, so it's already there for you.
Oh, fantastic. We also do that set of 10 machine feet, don't we? Which is just fantastic. It's a brilliant kit there.
Oh, yeah, I love that. It's really good. It's got everything you need and everything you don't as well, which is good, because you never know if you're going to need it until you go for it and you haven't got it.
Exactly.
So I just back tack when I start doing the zip, and the reason I like John to stitch it this way is the sticky side, the side that I've protected, is actually now inside facing the zip, so it makes it very easy to go through.
Yes.
If you're top stitching anything that you have treated with the fabric coat, then you would want to use a Teflon foot. Or a little bit of tissue paper, you know, you've seen people do that. Or what I've got, I call it my steamroller foot.
That's not the technical term.
That's not the technical term. I don't actually know what the technical term is for that foot. Do you, John?
No.
But it's got like a little, steamroller inside of it, and I find that works better than a Teflon foot.
Oh right.
So
because it's going to feed the fabric. It feeds the fabric through.
It's not a walking foot, but it has the same result.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one side of the zip done. Needle up. Chop that out there. So you can see when I turn this over, get that little pin out, hold it still. My zip is in the correct place. There we go. So you can see the zip's in the correct place there. So what you would do is turn that now, and then bring the rest of your fabric up to sandwich the other side of the zip to sew that in place. So we're going to turn that this way and this way. So we're turning it back on itself. So we're turning the outside fabric back on itself and the lining fabric back on itself.
Perfect.
Can
I ask a question? If you've made this lovely little bag and then you think, oh, I wish I'd fabric coated it, can you do it afterwards, or do you have to do it before you've made it?
Yeah, before you've made it. Yes, you would absolutely have to do it before you've made it, without a doubt. Right, okay, so I'm just going to pin this, John. Do you want to show folks a few things while I pin this in place?
Yep, will do. Mystery bundle. Over 70% of these are gone. Oh, 75% of it has gone down. 75% of this has gone. Now, you're getting 6.5 metres of beautiful quality cotton, quilting weight cotton. You saw Leanne. Oh no, she didn't put it in my bag, she's kept it. Really, really lovely fabric. You get 6.5 metres for £20, right? Should cost more. It's more than half price, you know, like less than half price, because it's 41 something it's worth. But anyway, you get 6.5 metres of glorious, and it's been curated so that it all works together. So you saw the ones that, now the ones Leanne showed you earlier, you're not definitely getting those. That could be one of the collections. There'll be because the amount of fabric I brought from the Evesham store, I can't tell you. There were so many beautiful fabrics going in the back of my car. So £20 for that, 75% gone. Please be careful. Okay, now don't forget you're looking at the fabric coat. This is what Leanne's been demonstrating. Look, if you buy one of these, right, normally it's $14.99. Today, you buy both for $14.99. Both of them for £14.99. Okay, right. Back to Leanne then.
Right, I've got my little clips in place now, John. So I'm ready to do the other side of the zip. So what I've done to sandwich that zip in place is fold the lining back up to meet itself and fold the front back up to meet itself. And then you line those up with the zip and just stitch along again. So I'm going to stitch that along. And I've got my zip foot on here. I know some of you don't necessarily feel like you always need to use your zip foot.
Yeah. I do.
But I do like my zip foot, I have to say. It makes a big difference.
I've got a couple of messages. Sandra says, morning, Leanne.
Morning, Sandra.
Now, been watching Leanne using the Illustrator pens, which I've just purchased.
Oh.
Didn't know she could sew as well. Is there anything she can't do? I love her.
Yes, there is. I can't swim.
We can't help you with that one.
Honestly,
here,
I just sink. I do. I just get in and I sink. Honestly, I'm like a stone. I don't know what it is. I mean, maybe if I went on a diet, but anyway. And I think it's because of my balance, because I can't ride a bike either.
Oh, can't you?
Can't ride a bike.
Right. I think this message might be from something we were talking about earlier.
Oh, might
it says, morning, Leanne. We are watching with our coffee in our John Scott Sewing World mugs.
It's my friend Jean.
It is.
Oh, hello, Jean. Mwah. I'm so happy that you're tuning in. That's fabulous. Thank you so much for messaging. Jean is my dressmaking instructor and my sewing group tutor. She runs them in a little village, Nettleswith, Kimbleswith, not far from where I live. And they're the best, friendliest little places. And she's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to dressmaking, John. She's amazing. And a huge fan of yours.
Oh, I know, because she's been tagging me in all of her Instagram posts and everything, because she had to shut down, didn't she, obviously, during lockdown and everything. But I think she's reopened now, isn't she?
Yes, soon.
So what's it called? Gold Stitch Sew Cafe.
Yes.
Is that what it's called?
That's right.
So do you do cakes and everything?
No, well, yes, our mum does. Mum Jean is great, but Mum Jean, her cakes are off the charts.
Oh,
so when we go to the sewing group,
visit,
we get treat with coffee cakes and ginger cakes and homemade flapjacks and scones. And
all right, I haven't eaten yet. Anyway, hello, Jean. We're sending you lots and lots and lots of love. Right,
Okay.
get on with your sewing, woman.
Now, yeah, I'll get on with my job.
Yeah.
But I'll see you soon, Jean. Now, once you've done that and you've got your zip all sandwiched inside that you can see there, what you're going to do is just reach in, get your little bits of fabric out, trim them away so they don't get caught on your zip, and then just open your zip up. Now, what I'm going to do, because you see the pulley's out here, because I had it out the way so I didn't have to go around it when I was stitching, so I need to pull that inside. Just give it a good yank. There we go. And also that helps you when you come to turn the bag inside out. Now, what I like to do at this point is trim my zip off, because I'm coming down in a straight line. So my zip's coming off here and it's coming off here. Now, you'll notice on this one that the zip is a little halfway down the pouch there, that it's not right at the top. So all you do is take your pieces of fabric and you pull it down to where you would like it to be, and that will reposition your zip for you. You do the same with the front piece as with the back piece, and basically you're just pulling your fold down. So pulling it down to get it in the right place, there we go, and then you would fold up your sides. Now you can do that, or you can do it in a different way. So we're going to do a different version now.
Right.
We're going to do it with the fully closed rather than the little offset zip. So you can see that the same fabric and the same technique will do you two different styles of bag.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just
Oh,
going
now
right
I've got a
down
question
the side.
for you from Anne.
Yeah?
She says, do you wash the fabric before you fabricoat it?
No need.
Right.
No need at all. I mean, because when you fabricated it, the only reason we really wash our fabric is to pre-shrink, or if you want to remove any of the manufacturing residue. Some people like to do it for that reason.
And also sometimes fabrics have been on bolts abroad where they were made, and then they're on a ship coming over or an airplane coming over, and then they've sat in a warehouse. So we always say, normally, I would say wash your fabrics first, but obviously you don't need to because you're coating this one.
You're coating it. I mean, if you like to wash your fabric, washing it and using a fabric conditioner will not stop your fabric coat working when you come to do it. So it's your preference whether you like to or not, but you don't have to. You don't need to move any residues or anything like that. So I have now got my zip open inside. I'm just going to check because it'll be difficult to turn inside out if I haven't. There we go. Have I done that right or have I done that wrong? Oh, I'm just going to check. I think that's right, because I'll be able to get in there. Will I be able to get in there? No. Let me turn that out the right way around. Sorry, I'm thinking to myself as we go along, let's turn this the right way. And poke out the corners. Right, there we go.
You're right there.
Yep. And I can see where it is. That's lovely. So I was just making sure that was working. Sometimes, you know, I mean, I don't know if you're like me at home. I need to check that I'm doing it right. So I can see that I am doing it right. Now I just need to close this one up. So I'm going to turn it all the way back in the other side while you're showing John, everybody what they've got, while I turn it around, and then we'll do the last stitch.
I think that's the best thing to do, because if you'd then sewn it and then turned it through, you'd be like, oh no.
Was it
and
right?
as you say, normal cotton, you can just unpick it normally. You might leave a line of holes on your fabricated fabric if you were to turn it through like that. Anyway, this is what Leanne's been using. These would normally cost you £14.99 for one, right? But today, you get two. Ooh, you get two of these for £14.99. Now, if you're thinking, oh, I'll never use two, I bet you will. If you've never used this before, like Leanne, you're going to start going, oh, I'm going to fabricate this. Oh, I'm going to fabricate that. Oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Because if you're making, like we were saying earlier, coasters for your garden for the summer, using the strawberry fabric from earlier, right? Imagine if you fabricoat it, right? And then you've got lovely coasters and little and placemats, everything for your garden. If they get wet, whatever. And you can wash them. You can wash them afterwards as well. You can wash them as well. It's not a problem. Once you've fabricated it, you can wash them as well in a washing machine up to 30 degrees. I know? Fantastic. Right, let's have a quick look at this while we're... This is fabric. This fabric is beautiful. The amount of people who've messaged going, I love Moda. Bernie was first in to buy this when this arrived in the warehouse, you know. So, each of these, there's no bundle, each of these are available by the half metre. Look, they're absolutely stunning. 100% cotton, machine washable, 44 inches wide. $6.99 for half a metre, right? So you've got that lovely blender. You've got the beautiful floral, you've got the vine, you've got your dark red, you've got your kind of dot pattern there, and your vine in the biscuit and pink. They're all $6.99 for half a metre. Okay?
Right. So I've got it all turned round now. I was checking that my zip was in the right place, John.
Yeah.
So now I've pulled it back the right side in, and I've got my two zips here that I'm just matching up to make sure that they will zip shut. And to do that, I make sure that the teeth are close together.
Yeah.
And that I haven't got the zip turned inside so that it won't close.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just clip that in place like that. And then what I've got here is my edge for my lining, and then I'm going to come round and I'm going to finish my edge for my inside as well at the same time. Right. And I like to do this because it means I've got turned in edges. I'm going to show you the difference between the other bag I've got here, because then you've got raw edges inside. Now, it depends whether you like to just fix it with raw edges inside and overlock or zigzag, or whether you like your seams to be encased. I personally like my seams encased, which is why I do it this way. And it's just personal preference.
It lasts longer, doesn't it?
I think it does, yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to stitch up here. and I always back tack.
Yeah.
And you'll notice I use the stop and start on our Gemini Pro machine a lot. I don't actually like the foot pedal.
Oh, okay.
So I love the fact that it's got the stop start. Now notice I've back tacked and stopped a little bit there. I'm now going to move this up because I need to leave myself a space for turning.
Yeah.
So I've left myself a space for turning, start and back tack again a couple of times. I always do that on the turning hole because what that does is reinforce it when you're putting the extra pressure on it to come round. So I'm just stitching up there that line, go slowly over your zip.
But now, you see, when I first started, you could never ever do that over a zip because your zip would have been metal. These nylon or polyester zips are brilliant because you just machine straight over them. Just take it easy. Just take it easy, but you can just go straight across them.
Which is what I've just done there. And I turn my speed always down to the lowest speed when I'm doing that, just to be sure. And here we go. Now, the other thing is when you're sewing fabric with that's been coated like this with the Eau de coat, actually you get a much more even stitch and you don't get the resistance of going through if you haven't got a Teflon or one of the little steamroller feet that I was telling you about. If you go slow like this, because if you go faster it kind of resists if you go too fast. So just keep your speed moderate when you're doing this.
If you know the name of the bulldozer foot, please do send it in, message in, email in, and tell us what the real name of it is.
What the real name is, yes. So now I've got my little hole here in my lining, and what I'm going to do is turn that whole bag through there in the lining. So there it goes, all comes through, and I've got my little zip there, so I can get my finger in and push that along to give myself a little bit of a bigger hole. And when I've done that, I'll turn it all the way the right way inside out, the right way out.
Yeah.
Let's just bring that there because I want to get my hand on the zip and open it a little bit further.
Hey, don't mess with Leanne, look.
It'll get wrestled through, John, whether it likes it or not, it'll get wrestled through. Here it is. So there, in your opening space, you can get your hand in and get your zip through should you need to. Or I'm hoping I can. I think there's a little bit of thread stuck in there, John. Yeah.
It was a bit of a sticky zip to begin with, I think.
It was, yes, it was.
If in doubt, give it to Leanne.
Yeah.
While you're sorting that out, I missed out showing this panel a minute ago. Can I just show this panel while Leanne's sorting it out?
Yes, please.
There's nothing worse, is there, than...
Honestly, and then it'll work immediately.
Everyone's watching while you're trying to do something. This panel is gorgeous. Oh, it's upside down. This panel is gorgeous. Imagine this in red work. It is Chafakani. It's on linen. It's $13.99. Look at, imagine that done in red work. Imagine that done. Oh, it's sorry, say that again. Look, you see there. All the different panels. There's there's more than four. There's all those different panels you can do. Oh, look at the alphabet there as well. But look, in the middle, there's like ribbons that you can cut out. And on the selvage, look. All the different, that is just exquisite, isn't it? $13.99, that is, from the Chafakani range. It's just the most beautiful embroidery. The thing is, right, June messaged us earlier, didn't she? She was going to do it in red work. I think I might have to do it in all Imagine that panel. I'm just going to lift that one side up there. Imagine that panel in multicoloured embroidery threads. Wouldn't that be gorgeous? £13.99 will get you that lovely linen panel. You're right over there, Leanne?
Yes, I think we've got it going, John. It's behaving itself. Look, it's coming open now. Good. It just had a little bit of thread stuck in it, and it was being a naughty zip. But do you know why that is? Because I haven't trimmed my little edges off as I go. You trim your threads as you go. I'm doing it for speed.
Yes.
So inside out again. There we are. And then when you've got it inside out like that, what you will do is close the hole that you've left open in your lining. Yep. So I just top stitch that. I turn those in. Like this and like this. Yeah. And then just stitch along. So I'm just going to push that out the way and give that a little stitch. And then we'll turn it all inside out and we'll be good to go.
Perfect.
So let's get my little, I need my little clips again. Just to
so now, I know you've done one layer fabric coated and the other one not.
Yes.
What I find in my wash bags when I go away is the shampoo always manages to come open on the inside. Mm-hmm. So maybe you could if you had a nice fabric on the outside, and if, like me, you wanted the inside to be waterproofed, because what happens is by the time I get home, it happened here 2 weeks ago, I got home, opened my bag, and the shampoo had opened in the wash bag and seeped through into all my clothes, into my paperwork, into my which is why I think my ear thing didn't work, and it's got stuff in it, right?
Yeah.
All that sort of thing. Now, had I had the inside of it fabric coated, then it wouldn't have leaked out. Yes, the inside of the wash bag would have been full of shampoo, but it wouldn't have leaked out into my bag, would it?
No, it wouldn't have. And actually, John, funny you should say that, but I have done a couple like that for friends, where the beautiful fabric's on the outside and then the fabric coated layer is inside, for that very reason, for when you're travelling and you get that leakage. And it's absolutely possible to do that. So I've just closed up the hole. You'll trim off your little threads. And then the other thing I've done with this one is I've left it flat, because I travel a lot, John, as you will, and I find that flat toiletry bags are so much more easier to pack. Than toiletry bags with dimension.
And you can get more dimensions in them. Look nice, sitting on the side in the hotel room, but like if you're coming up here like me with my hand luggage, as it were, literally my makeup bag for here is a flat one. It just slides into my suitcase, much easier.
And there we go. So that's turned in now, and it's nice and flat. You can get all of your bits and bobs inside there. Lies flat in your case, which is gorgeous. And I wanted to show you why I wanted to, and I'm just going to show you inside there so you can see, look, in my seams, you can't see, apart from my threads, which I'm going to trim, you can't see any raw edges. No. Everything is encased inside. Like you said, John, it lasts earlier. With this, it lasts longer, sorry. With this one, we put it together with the raw seams. So you can see we've overlocked inside. It doesn't look finished for me. So that's why I wanted to show you how to encase your seams.
No, I agree. Encase them every time. Especially if you're giving it as a gift.
Yes.
Because it then looks like you spent a lot of money on them.
Yeah, and it looks like you took your time and you've given, the gift of your time and what have you. So there we go. And that's I have these for all of my earphones and for my battery packs, and really usable, but water resistant now.
Right, okay, so what Leanne's just been using are these. The fabric coats. They're a bog off. They're $14.99. Oh, let me turn it round. Oh, not doing very well. There you go. $14.99. Normally they're $14.99 each. Today, you pay $14.99 and you get both of them. So it's a bog off, half price. You can look at it that way, can't you? They're both half price, or you're getting one for free. Right, mystery bundle. Over 80% gone now. I knew it. You see how long we've got? Still got an hour and 15 minutes to go. This will be gone by the time. 6.5 meters of fabric, if you haven't been watching. 6.5 meters of cotton fabric, quilting weight, machine washable, 44 inches wide, exquisite quality. You could get design, you could get Riley Blake, you could get Macau, you could get all sorts of fabric in there. It's 6.5 meters. We do this every week, and every week it sells out. Every week it's slightly different. This week they're the fabrics I've brought up from the Evesham branch, and I know what you get. They're all collated to look absolutely gorgeous, and over 80% of those have gone. Right, Gemini. Right now, please be careful. These, when we started the show this morning, are limited. This deal is only available during my show, right? It should be $299.95, right? It's $209.96. So you get the purple Gemini, you get the purple Gemini Caddy, and you get the 3 sets of dies, the diamonds, the triangles, and the hexes. $209.96. Right, now these, I've not had these on my show before. These have not been on my show before. Look, they're builder blocks. You've got bay leaf, and you've got Rob Peter to pay Paul. I don't know which one Leanne's going to demo, but look at the price. Right, this is normally $59.95, right? This is normally $59.99. Today, it doesn't seem real, does it? You get both. You get both of these, and they're gorgeous. Just go on the website, click on it, put it in your basket. Remember, it's free P&P as well. And if you've not used the code John20 yet, use it on that. If you've not joined Club Inspire yet, you'll get 20% off on it. Anyway, which one Which one are you going to show, Leanne? What are you going to do?
I'm going to show the bay leaf die set, John, because I really like the design. And one of the reasons I really like it is, you know, that lovely cushion I was showing you earlier with that fabulous sunray design.
Yeah.
You could do that with this set of dies if you wanted to, because you just get those beautiful curves in there. And I really like the look. This is the sort of quilt, when I see it in a window or I see it on a bed or I see it in a catalogue, I want to make, when I see it on Pinterest and Instagram and all those places.
Yeah.
So I thought, let's have a go at how to do that.
Yeah.
Now, when you get your set, it comes in a beautiful storage box, and you just take off your little sleeve. Honestly, what if the gremlins in it? You can take it off nicely, or you can take it off Leanne style.
Yeah.
Up to you. It's your box once you've got it home, and then we're going to slide it out. It's got a little ribbon pull on it. Now that slides out. Look.
Yeah.
Forget the wrap. That slides out beautifully. There we are. And inside we've got a fabulous booklet full of all of the instructions you need to be able to make all of the different designs that come in. And you can see there lots and lots of different configurations and way of putting these shapes together for you to get many, many different types of design.
So hang on, so on the front of the box it just shows one design.
Yeah.
But actually, once you've opened it, there are several designs that you can pick from. It's not, you're not just buying it to make that one. Look, when you buy it, you're getting all sort. You can just create all different shapes and sizes with not shapes and sizes, but different patterns using the same shapes.
Yes.
And what's the size blocks you can make on this then?
You can make on this, you can make a 6, 8, 9 and 12 inch block.
Flipping heck.
I know, it's fantastic, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. So then you get your little map, and your map tells you where the dies are to make the size and shape that you're going to make. So you select the size, and we're making the largest block. We're making the 12.5. So actually I'm going to cut out this curved piece. So you'll take the die out of the package, because I've checked my map, and my map says this one is the 12-inch corner that I need. So
Right.
I've took that out, and you can see you can even match the die. It's real size, so you can check you've got the one you need if you want to. And then we're going to pop this through our Gemini machine. And the Gemini is absolutely a machine of exceptional quality, and I can tell you that because I go to the factory and work with the people who make the Gemini, and I know all of the quality assurance we've got in place and all of the testing that we do to make sure that you are getting the very best machine possible with the highest pressure. So I'm making up my sandwich, and I am popping in my metal plate because I'm cutting through 4 layers of fabric, and I just want to be sure.
Oh no, you do yours differently. You do yours differently to Sarah.
You can do it either way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, you can do it either way, John. It's
that.
entirely up to you. So I've got my base plate, I've got my die facing cutting edge up, I've then got my fabric, I've then got my metal on top, and then I've got my shim and my clear.
Right.
In fact, what Sarah probably does is that.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just the reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, so whichever,
but it was
whichever
just-
way you want to do it, you can do it. It's entirely up to you. So once you've done that, pop it through your machine. It's going to cut those 4 layers for you, and then we're going to look at how to put it together. And I would cut that, and then I would cut the little orange peel bit that goes in the middle, and you'll cut, I think we need 4 of the orange peel and 8 of this curve that I'm doing here to do a block. Okay, so we'll move the die. Those 4 pieces come out, so that's like a warm knife through butter. You'll be much more frugal with your fabric and line it up better than I have. I've chopped that right in the middle, and I can because it's my fabric. I'm sure you'll be very, very careful with that at home.
Oh yeah, because Sarah she sits there putting one there, one there.
Does
now,
she?
I noticed you didn't use any sticky tape, where Sarah uses sticky tape for hers.
So
Is that-
if you're putting more than 1 die on, I was extravagant.
Yes.
But if you're putting more than 1 die on, then I would use my sticky tape.
Right.
And I use my sticky tape just to then stop the dies crossing over in the machine, because if they cut on top of each other, they might damage each other.
Yeah.
So if you've got more than 1 die in, sticky tape.
Okay,
Also, if you're fussy cutting, so if you're positioning your die over a particular image or icon or piece of design on your fabric that you specifically want on that patchwork piece, then use your tape, because the die won't move. If you're just positioning it on a piece that doesn't require that, then you can just pop it in.
Okay, no, it's good to know. It's good to know, because I automatically see Sarah doing the sticky tape thing. Oh, that's what you've got, must do. But if, like you say, you can just put it through like that. And just doing that.
You don't have to have the sticky tape.
Yeah.
All it does is offer you confidence on the position of your die and the fact that it isn't going to move.
Brilliant.
So what I've got here is some pieces already cut so that we can make this patchwork block. So I've got 4 of the little outside shapes that I've just cut, 4 of the kind of arc shapes, and then I had 2 of those orange peel shapes, just cutting them through my Gemini with that die set. I've got those ready for you.
And before you go any further,
yes,
got swimming lessons for you.
Oh, who from?
Jill. She says, morning, oh, I know Jill. Morning, John and Leann. As a retired swimming teacher, Leann,
all right.
You can learn to swim. It is not impossible. It would be great fun. Very quickly, Sue says, Leann, I'm new to sewing. Would you be able to use fabric coat on dogs' coats?
Oh, it would be fantastic on dogs' coats. Yes, absolutely. I don't know why I haven't thought of that myself.
Oh, there you go.
You know what's going to happen to Minnie and Tink at the weekend, don't you? They're going to get fabric coated dog coats.
Not the dogs, the dog
Not the
coats.
dogs, the coats, yes.
Beautiful Colorado. Evelyn's watching in Colorado. Smashing demo, Leann, from Mary.
Thank
and
you.
I bought the build block. Where on the website do I find the patterns? Oh, fine. I'll find out for you, Stacey. Bernie's been in touch saying it's a roller foot, not a bulldozer foot like we were calling it.
Thank you, Bernie. I knew Bernie would have the correct terminology.
Yes,
where
her mum will have told her. She won't know.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Now, what we've got here are the 2 pieces, and when you put these down and you look at them like this, you think that is never in a month of Sundays going to go together. That is when your glue pen is your new best friend. And I'm new to this. Honestly, the glue pen is I'm going to bulk buy. So what we're going to do is trace along the edge of the little orange peel bit from the middle. And I'm just tracing along with my glue. And this actually, John, revolutionises piecing work, this glue pen. Have you had to go with it? Oh my word, because before we would have had to be easing it and pinning it, stitching 2 millimeters at a time while you're going round, removing your pins, the things slip. Where when we've got this, it's just absolutely
There's the glue pen on the L, $5.49. You get a pen and a refill for that.
Yes,
Lots of people would never be without it. They use it all the time now for their curves.
Now, when I'm putting it on, I'm being careful to try and stay within my 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yeah.
If you don't worry, because it does dry clear.
Yeah, and it washes out if you wash it.
It does, yes, it washes out. So what I've done is half this block, I've pinched it and found my half point here, and I've done the same on this one. You can see I've pinched it, found my half point there.
Who have you pinched it from?
I pinched it from you. And then I'm going to line up my two little pinch points there, and then give that a good nip so the glue grabs.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is just line up this side and this side. And then to do that, it's easier to take your straight edge to your straight edge there.
Yeah.
And that gets you your seam allowance. And I'll just show you what that looks like on that side. You will have that little bit poking out at the edge. That's fine. That's what you want. That gives you your seam allowance when you come to put your block together. So a good pinch there. And then what we do is ease this in. Now, just see how it goes from either this side or the other side. And it just depends on the fabric on the day, sometimes, John, which side will go together more neatly. And actually that side there has gone together for me, apart from this little bit here, which we'll just ease in. And what you do is just give your fabric a little bit of a pull. Mm-hmm. So just give it a little bit of a stretch, and it'll follow that curve around, because it's on the bias, obviously the cut. So you've got all that stretch in there. And you can see what I'm able to do is take that round the curve, and it's joined and I don't have any pins. Perfect. And then I do exactly the same on the other side. So straight edge to straight edge, and then just give it a little pull and a kind of a little nip and squeeze as you go around, and you're just easing it in and around that
word,
curve.
isn't it? You're not stretching it beyond to oblivion.
No,
but
and
also,
you wouldn't stretch it out of shape.
No, this is where traditionally you'd put a pin in the middle, a pin at each end, then a pin halfway between both of those, then a pin halfway between those, and a pin halfway between those, because you needed to pin it. Then you either sew over your pins, which none of us do anymore, or you'd have to stop and start as you pulled each pin out. This way, once it's glued in place, you can just go straight round that seam with your 1/4 inch seam allowance, and it's so much easier and so much quicker.
It is. And honestly, before I had a builder block set of dies, and before I had that glue pen, quite honestly, I would never ever have tried a patchwork shape like this, John, because it would have just been, there was too much that could go wrong, too much that scared me. And, you know, I just wasn't confident or competent enough to be able to do it.
And also, it's for fun. You're supposed to be doing fun. Why are you going to get stressed sitting at your sewing machine thinking, I can't do it, can't do it, can't do it? You just, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, I'm just going 1/4 of an inch around, following the curve, and take it slowly as well. If you've got a speed adjuster on your sewing machine, it's not a race.
Yeah.
You don't have to get there before anybody else. And if you go a little bit more slowly, you just get a little bit more control around that curve. So don't feel you have to rush it. Don't feel under any pressure. Follow it round. The glue is amazing because it just keeps it in place beautifully. But also your curves are 100% precise. They are exactly where they need to be to make a quality and precise patchwork block with all of those curves and spaces in place. Now you would press that down, and then you would go and do exactly the same on the other side. I've already got 3 done here. Would you like me to do the other one then, show you how the block goes together, or do you want me to just show you on the tip?
Brilliant. What I'll just say is, while we're doing that, is don't worry if you, because I know you'll be sitting at home going, oh, that needle might have gone through that glue, it'll get claggy. It doesn't. It's been specially developed so you can machine through it and it doesn't stick to your machine needle. So you don't get, because you'd imagine, wouldn't you, sewing through glue, it's going to start getting all kind of, but it doesn't. It doesn't do that. It's fantastic. Look at these. While Leanne's just lining that up. These, fantastic. $59.99 for both. For both. They're normally $59.99.
For both?
No, you get both.
Oh my word, is that like a bog off?
It is a bog off. It is a bog off. I thought you weren't very excited earlier.
Oh
when I
my
told you.
word, John! I just thought they were the regular price.
No.
John?
If you were to have bought those 2 days ago, that one would have been cost you $59.99, and that one would have twice that. It's
Oh my word!
$119.98.
I mean, really, you just don't have to think about it, do you?
No.
Why would you?
No,
I mean,
exactly.
when you can do things like this, and it's so easy and so precise.
Exactly.
Amazing.
So look, there's Leanne just putting the next one into place.
Yeah. So just doing the little nipping and the little easing bit, and then I'll stitch it, and then we'll have a look at how the block goes together.
Perfect.
Because it's incredibly easy. There we go. That's that one. So you see, that one fell into place in no time at all. It does depend on your fabric. I think fabric has a personality.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it behaves and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. But also, I think sometimes it depends on our mood as well. If we go in feeling angry or angsty at the beginning, then it can affect what you do. And then obviously sewing is all about mindfulness and giving us that peace of mind and everything like that. By the time you finish, you and the fabric will be best of mates again. But you can sit down and really, really lose your
You can. And actually, you know, when you say that, Jen, you're absolutely right with that. And I've noticed when I've approached a project like that, I've not had success. But usually when I'm approaching a project like that, it's when I'm trying something new or different, and I'm nervous and I'm worried about it and I want to do a good job and I'm worried I'm not going to. Where if you've got the right tools, like your builder block, like the glue pen, then, you know, you are already taking a massive amount of the stress and the strain that you would be approaching that project with.
Exactly.
Especially if you've cut into your beautiful fabric. Because fabric ain't cheap.
The other thing I was going to say is if you're using top quality fabrics like we've got today, that's half the problem gone anyway, isn't it? Because they behave. Really good quality fabrics. And I don't mean the most expensive fabrics, but if you get a good quality fabric, a good quality cotton, then it makes life so much easier to work with. It really does.
It really does. Now what you'll do is, I've stitched that other one in place now, and what you will do now is just iron this flat so that you've got a nice square block to put together. So you're going to iron your seams. So I do that, and then I like to iron these seams flat. I don't know whether that's strictly correct in terms of the patchworking law.
Oh no, it is, definitely.
Is it? Oh good. Oh good. Good.
You just don't use steam until you know it's definitely the shape you want it to be, because once you've steamed it, that's it.
That's it. Done. Game over.
Yeah.
Deal done. Right, so now I've got that nice and flat, and I've done another 3 of those already, so that you don't have to watch me do that several times.
Oh, so you weren't doing your makeup, you were making blocks.
I was making blocks.
Oh, okay, I'll take it, pack it back.
So what we're going to do, you can follow your pattern, and you can put these in so many different ways. Remember, we've seen all of those different arrangements on the little block. So we could put them all facing the same way and have an arrangement like that if we wanted. But actually what we want to do is that lovely star shape in the middle. So we just arrange our blocks and then we fold them in half over the top of each other, whiz in your 1/4 inch seam. and you'll be mindful about your seams to make sure you get them in place. I'm just going to whiz it together quickly.
Yeah, of course.
And you might want to pin or clip. I haven't pinned or clipped, so it might move a little bit, but I just want to show you how it comes together, how you would position it. And then I would actually press that seam as well now at that point, John.
Yeah.
I'm not going to.
Also, this is where a spray of Best Press might help as well, because that gives it that lovely, we had Best Press on the show earlier, it gives it that lovely finish.
It does. And actually, what I would have done here as well is, if I thought that one of my blocks had stretched a little bit, I would have possibly given it a little trim on the outside with the trimmer that we've
square
got.
It off,
just square them off a little bit, just so I know that I've got that really nice and straight. Just checking I've got my 1/4 inch seam there. I think I came off a little bit. I'm going to run down there a little bit more.
Okay.
Because I think it just went a little bit less, and I want it to be right, John. I'm a perfectionist. Are you? It's better. Okay. So once you've done that with those two and pressed them, you've got them laying out in front of you like that. You would just bring that one on top of that one. And then what you're going to do to make sure you get your nice point in the middle is nest your seams.
Yeah.
And so to nest your seams, you make sure that you've got your seam together like that in the centre. You push one seam one way, one seam the other way, so they go opposite directions, clip it, and then just sew down.
Yeah, and also not only does it make it nestle much nicer, when you come to quilt it later, if you've got all 4 lots of seam lengths, you're going to jump as you're doing your lovely quilting design and things like that.
Yes, absolutely. And I do think it helps the top block lie flatter.
Yes.
You don't get those lumps in the middle, do you? You're not having to put a button on it to hide anything.
That's the big giveaway, isn't it, when you put a button on it?
Yeah, when you can see a block with a button on, you know something's gone wrong. But it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, a lot of the time, I've got the first quilts I ever made, I've still got, and we use at home all the time. And actually those little quirks from those blocks are what make it homemade.
Totally, Well, the thing is, I had a dyeing teacher at art school, and she used to say, we were block printing something. I was going 1 up, 1 down, 1 up, 1 down, 1 up. And I got to the end and I had 2 ups, and I was like, oh, I've ruined the whole of this project. She went, no, because if you went to a department store and bought them, they'd be perfect. And this way you can go, I made this, and look, there's a little, you know what I mean? Exactly. Oh, lovely.
And so once that's got a nice little press and it's flat, that will come together, and you've got that fabulous thing. And that could actually be the centre of a cushion, just with some strips of fabric on the outside.
Lovely.
Would be lovely. You could do that if you wanted to. Very, very easy to use. Those builder block curves makes it so super simple and easy.
Perfect. So that's these 2, right? $59.99. You get both of them for $59.99. How brilliant. Now, the thing is, when you're getting one off, put one in the present cupboard. Christmas is coming, 165 days, or 156, anyway, however many days. 165 days, Carolyn told me last night. So, put it in the cupboard. Imagine if you gave somebody one of those as a gift, and you know they've got a Gemini machine, they're going to know that that's $59.99, aren't they, normally? How brilliant. So that's your curves. That's your special builder block curves there. Right, we're moving on. Fabric cutter. Now, we're not going to do a demo for this till later, but we will be definitely doing a demo, because we had this on the show the other day and Sarah just went, yes, here you go, and we ran out of time. So Leanne's going to do a full-on demonstration. Can I just say, I love this. I want one of these. I think these are brilliant. So you get the cutter, but you also get, now I've been given 2 meters of fabric here. It could be any of our fabrics, but you do get 2 free or mystery meters. They're a meter each of fabric, right? So there you go, $59.99. Demonstration coming up later. If you're left-handed or right-handed, you can use this. It's the most brilliant thing, and I adore them. I've always liked those. They're lovely. Okay, so that's coming up later. But next, shape cutters we've got next. Just make sure that doesn't fall off the table. Shape cutters next. These are new to me. These are new to me as well, look. Right, so in this kit, you've got these. You've got circles, you've got tumblers, and you've got triangles, which I suppose you could use as diamonds as well, couldn't you? Yep. Oh, yeah, because look, you've got the circles could be, I'm going to do this, right? Circles can be half a circle or circle. Tumblers, And then you've got this. But you also get this in this bundle. You get this as well. A 28mm rotary cutter. All of that for £40 or $51. All of them, you get this, and you get this, and you get this for £40. Do you know what? It's what? Saving $29.96. Yeah, thank you. Are you ready for us?
I am, yeah.
Oh, she's got a tumbling block. I love a tumbling block.
I've got me. Do you want me to do a tumbling block?
No. I've just seen it hanging over your table. It's fine.
Oh,
it's
yes,
beautiful.
that's a tumbling block. Yes, I do like a tumbling. I'm going to show you how to cut the diamond first.
Right.
And then if we've got time, I can show you how to cut the tumbling block and the semicircle. Yeah. Why not? And what I wanted to do is take some time to explain to you exactly how these tools work. Now, honestly, here's another thing about me. I'm all about speed. And so tiny little fiddly pieces on patchworking, I just haven't got time for.
Yeah.
I want a bigger block because I can get the result quicker. And sometimes, and for those of you who might not have a machine, but you want to cut some shapes and try it before you get your dies and get your machine, these will be absolutely fantastic for you. So you've got inside your acrylic template,
right,
which we'll take out. And then there are some markings on here that I just want to point out to you, which are really important. Do we want to look here or... Oh, right, okay, so I'll hold it up for you. There we are. So on here you can see you've got your different sizes of triangle, diamond. Thank you very much for reminding me what that shape is. And then we've got a placement line, and then under there you've got a dotted line. I'm going to explain to you the difference between the placement line and the dotted line. They are genius in terms of being included here. And then you can see all of the different sizes that you've got there that you can cut. So you've got your 1.5, is that 3, 4.5, 5.5, I think, or 5. I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't see. I haven't got my glasses on. But you can see they're the sizes there that you're using. Okay, so once you've got
She's got the big monitor as well. I'm the one with the little monitor. She's got a great big family-sized monitor over there.
Hang on, I'll tell you what it is. It's 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, and 5.5. There we are. So I've got a piece of fabric, and actually I've just used a piece of fabric out of my mystery bundle, John.
Oh, yes.
And I've cut a nice square, and I've folded it in half. So I've got my half fold down here now.
I need to tell you the mystery bundle's limited stock. Limited stock now if you want the mystery bundle. 10% left, that's it. Sorry, Leanne, didn't mean to interrupt.
That's no problem at all. Now, actually, if I had my repositionable tape, you know how like Sarah likes to use it when she's doing her die cutting?
Yeah.
When I'm using these acrylic templates, I like it for that.
Oh, okay.
Because sometimes it can slip if you're not 100% confident where it keeps it still.
Now, we do a spray.
Do we?
We do a spray that's in a turquoise can, and you can spray it on the back of rulers.
Yeah.
And it stops the ruler from moving. Have you not been given any of that yet?
I haven't been given any of that, John. That's been kept a secret from me.
I'll have to check. It's in a pale blue tin.
Oh,
We'll find out.
We'll find out
You
the
spray
name.
it on the back of a ruler, put the ruler down. It
grip?
feels tacky, but it grips onto the fabric.
Oh my word, I need a tin of that.
Yeah.
Well, get a tin of that because that would be so much
Yeah.
better. Another top tip from me is though, when you're using a ruler, and I watched this from a really experienced patchworker years ago, is when you're holding it is to keep a portion of your hand on the fabric and the ruler.
Yeah.
And that stops it from slipping. So do that and make sure that you've got it nice and positioned. What you want is this placement line running absolutely parallel along the fold of your fabric at the bottom.
So is that the dotted or the straight line?
No, the straight line.
Straight line,
The
right,
placement line is the straight line, and that's the line you use when you're going to cut a diamond, when you're going to cut the full shape with a fold in the centre.
Okay.
Then I'm going to use the little rotary trimmer, the 28mm rotary trimmer that comes in that bundle. And I'm going to talk to you about why our rotary trimmers are amazing in a second.
Right.
I'm going to do a 5.5-inch diamond. So
Yeah.
I'm tracing up that line. Now the lines on here are fantastic because they keep your blade nice and still. Now, if I had a smaller mat, what I would do is...
Or the rotating cutting mat would have been good, wouldn't it?
I'll turn around, but what I'm going to have to do is reline it up.
Yeah.
Because what I don't want to do is cut towards myself,
No,
John.
no.
So I could have done with a rotating one here or just a smaller one. But anyway, and if I get this lined back up, you'll be able to see how it works. I'm just making sure that my cut line is there and I can see it. Yes. And so then I'll come up the other side here. You won't have to do that, guys, because you will have your mat on your table where you can turn it around. Your ruler will be stickied in place, or you'll have your rotating mat. And then we come up the other side, and I don't like to cut towards myself, so I like to do it that way. No. And then that brings that out perfectly, and you have got, when you open that up, a perfect diamond shape to patchwork with, or position, or whatever it is you want to do. Absolutely perfect, and that is easy and very simple for all of those sizes. Now, if I just take this same piece of fabric,
have you just cut a thing out right in the middle of that piece of fabric again?
No. Oh yeah, because I'm going to use it.
Oh, okay.
I promise you, I'm getting wrong for being extravagant with my fabric from John.
Well, no, it's only because I'm used to Sarah being there. You know what Sarah's like? If it's more than a millimetre, she's like, well, I'll use that. I'll use that.
She really does. She's funny. Now, if you've got a straight piece, if you've just got an ordinary piece of fabric, which I'm going to use here, I promise you.
Yeah.
I now would use the dotted line. Okay.
Right.
Now, what the dotted line does is give you the half of that shape with a perfect 1/4 inch allowance on.
Oh.
So now when I line it up on the dotted line, and actually I can cut another 5.5 inch there beside it. And the reason I love these is as well, you see, now this, and because they're see-through, the whole point here is I can now start to really use up my fabric very efficiently and not waste it as I did before.
But also brilliant if you're going to fussy cut, because you might want that rose right in the middle of each triangle, might you? So you can fussy cut using that.
You can, of course. So I'm going here, I've got this still again, and then we're going up the line again, and this is lined on its 5.5. I'm going to do a naughty thing. Oh, it slipped. See, I knew that would happen. Oh, Leanne.
What have you done?
I slipped a little bit. Let's do another one round here, John. You know what it is? I need me little thingy mat. But anyway, I'm going to do a smaller one here so you can see it. So I've got it on my dotted line. I've got that position now. I'll be able to go both sides, I think. Dotted line, and let's do 4.5 here. There we go. And I'm doing a naughty thing. Don't do this at home. Okay, there we are. And you see, I've got now a perfect 4.5 inch triangle, but that has the 1/4 inch seam in the perfect place so that we can patchwork those together if we want. And the diamond, the semicircle, and the block, tumbling block, all work in exactly the same way.
How brilliant. Now, at the top of the point, did I notice, I've got my packet here, they go, don't worry that they go over.
Oh no, here. They cross over. That's so you can get, let me just get a piece of paper and put it behind so you can see what John's talking about there. At the top here, bend it down, there we go, at the top.
Yes.
That goes over so that when you're running your blade through, your blade comes off here, which gives you that perfect, precise
because if it stopped
point, because if it stopped, you'd get a blunt top.
Yes, exactly.
So it gives you that precise top there, which means you don't get a blunt top and you get the perfect shape.
Perfect. So you get the tumbling block, you get the curves and the half circles and the circles, and you get that diamond and triangle one, and a rotary cutter, all for £40. I hold my hands up.
It's fantastic.
Isn't
Honestly, it is fantastic. Do you want to see another one of those shapes, or do you want to see?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm excited because I've got something else to show you. But I'm going to show you. Well, I'm going to show you with this one actually because I like it. So yes, and all the shapes work the same. But I've got this ready, so I thought, why not? What we've got here is, can you see? We've just done a little patchwork block.
You have been busy this morning.
I know. I've never stopped, John. What can I say? And now what I'm going to do is take my little patchwork block, and what I'm looking for is my stitch seam is running central down those little crossover hairs that you were talking about. So I know it's down the centre of my triangle, and then my placement line, which is the half fold line, remember that's the solid line. Placement line is also on my 1/4 inch stitch seam at the bottom here for my blocks.
Actually on the line of stitching.
On the line of stitching. And the other line of stitching there is running centrally all the way down. When I've done that, what I can do is take my little rotary trimmer. Have you tried our rotary trimmers, John?
Yeah.
Amazing they are. Did you know you can use them left or right-handed?
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah.
Can you turn them round? You have to unscrew it and turn it round?
You unscrew it, yeah. I'll show you, it's
Oh, yeah,
amazing. So there we go. And when you've done that, you've got a perfect little kite shape just by having your 4 squares.
But also,
and put it on the line.
how difficult would that be if you didn't have the ruler? Because you've got odd angles, haven't you,
Yeah.
on the triangles? They're not equilateral triangles going into that kite
No,
shape,
it would
are
be
they?
an absolute nightmare. Right, so on another shape, let's have a look at how we could do that a little bit differently on another shape. And I'll just show you that rotary trimmer, John. That comes in that bundle, because actually all of our rotary trimmers are fantastic. So what you've got here on your rotary trimmer, I'm using it because I'm right-handed.
Yeah.
You've got your little slip switch here, which takes it away to put the guard on so that the blade doesn't hurt you. You take that off when you cut with it, put it back as soon as you finish cutting.
Yeah.
And then this screw here on the side just screws off, and you swap this blade to this side, and you can use them left or right-handed.
So you take the blade
Take the whole thing
and
off,
the casement?
and the casing. Put it round.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Right, what other
Right.
shape are you showing us then?
Now, let's do the tumbler, should we?
Right. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Because you like a tumbler, don't you, John?
The thing is, you are getting all 3 of these. You don't have to sit at home going, oh, shall I get the tumbler? Shall I get the circle? Shall I get the triangle? You get all of them. You get all of them and the rotary cutter for £40 or $51. Oh no. Go on then.
Okay, so we're going to do little tumblers here. Let's do them on the half. Let's do a full tumbler here. Now I've got a nice long piece of fabric so that I can keep everybody happy and really use the fabric well.
You mean me when you say everybody?
Just everybody, John, everybody. So I'm lining up the fold again. Here it is, my tumbler. So I'm lining up the fold on my placement line because I want the half fold shape.
Right.
So lining that up, so I've got my fabric running exactly parallel along the placement line, and then I've got my little trimmer. And should we do a 6.5? Let's do a 6.5.
Yeah.
So I'm going at the edge, I'm going up and it comes off. I'm then coming down, and when you locate your blade in here, locate it in the little crosshair that comes off rather than in the centre somewhere, John.
Yeah.
So locate your blade right at the top, run all the way down, and then up the 6.5 inch line here. And then when you take that out, you can see you have got on the half fold your full shape.
Leanne, we're getting so many messages in.
Are we?
Anne says, do you need to let the glue dry before you sew? I need this glue.
Yes, you do. That's why we say the 20 minutes. So first coat 20 minutes.
Okay, hang on. Now is she talking about the fabric coat, or is she talking about the glue in the pen? The fabric coat you do.
You do.
The
This
glue
you
in
don't.
the pen.
Yeah. So the glue in the pen, glue it, stitch straight away. No clogging on your needle, no problem at all. Don't need to leave it to dry. And when you wash it, if you get a little mark on it anywhere and you wash it, it washes away, dries clear. But if you're talking about the fabric coat, then yes, that must be 24 hours completely dry and heat set with an iron before you sew it.
Fantastic. Michelle's watching in Pennsylvania. Gloria says, sorry we're late. Rita and I have just joined from the hospital. And then Jean, our Jean.
Oh,
hello.
our Jean,
says,
she's
"Picture
our
a
Jean."
cape. It's fabulous to use, and I've coated fabric 3 times before sewing, popped in a jersey lining. Well, Jean, we'll find that for you and show that later on. Right, so carry on, sorry.
I'm just cutting more tumblers now. And now I love the fact that I've just got a piece of fabric from my stash that I'm wanting to make lots of these fabulous, goodness me, get my teeth in, fabulous shapes from. And I'm just working along the line of fabric here, and it makes it dead easy. And I just want to show you when I've done that, I'm going to put these two together, because if I'm going to stitch these now, look, absolutely precise and perfect to the very point, which is why your these shape cutters are fantastic for your patchwork shapes. And I love the fact that we can go on this one, go all the way up to an 8.5 inch if we want to. See, all I'm doing now is moving it down. I'm staying with my fold, lining it up on my fold again, and because I can see through it, exactly as you said, for fussy cutting, for positioning, or for just economical use of your fabric, then you can see through it and do that absolutely effortlessly. And you can see it's not a problem at all, John. It's very simple and quick and easy to do.
Does that one have the same dotted line
Yes.
as the other one did? So if you wanted a tumbler that was red on one side and yellow on the other side, you'd get a seam down the middle of it.
Absolutely, you could. Now, the other thing you can do is this. So what I've got here, got my little notes. Let me move this out of the way. I'm going to do this with the tumbler. So the last time you see me do that with my 4 for the triangle, I had 4 exactly the same size pieces to get that lovely diamond with the 4 different sizes. This time, all I've got is just my random scraps. So I've just got lots of little scraps, and I've just stitched all the little scraps together, which you can see there. Not really being careful with, and pressed them. And now I could cut myself a scrappy little tumbler if I wanted to, or I could cut myself half a shape if I wanted to. It's entirely up to you. So if I half this, and if I half it this way, and then line up my placement line. Let's do that and let's see. So the other good thing about this is, from this little scrappy bit that I've done, I can work out the size piece I can manage, and I can manage a 6.5 inch tumbler piece from this. So and because I'm doing it on the fold line is straight, so the fact that all of these lines are out doesn't matter. And then I just take my rotary trimmer, do exactly as I did before. And I love this because all of those tiny little scraps that you've been saving from all of your precious fabrics at home, just store them together in any fashion.
You must have a lot of those.
Yeah, I do. I have loads of them. I have a box full. And then use your shape cutter, and you can see you've got a really designer little tumbler block there.
That's very improv quilting, isn't it?
Very improv quilting. And you can put all them together and it's just going to look great. You're going to have a real scrappy quilt with a little bit of design included with it as well. So fantastic for using all your little scraps up too, John.
So remember, you get all 3 of those rulers plus the rotary cutter, the 28mm rotary cutter, for £40 or $51. That is just such a brilliant buy. And as Leanne said, if you're just starting your quilting journey or your patchwork journey, you might not want to spend £209 on a Gemini machine. You might think, I'll just try it first. What a brilliant way to start it. What a brilliant way to start it. Right, so we got Fabric Coat. Fabric Coat. Now this, $14.99 normally. What for one? That's normally $14.99. Today, bog off, or half price if you want to say it poshly, at $14.99 for both. For both of those, $14.99. I know, you're loving it, you're loving it, you're loving it. So fabrics next. Now, I mustn't forget to do that one this time. These are gorgeous, aren't they? Have a look at these. Now, these are Chafakani from Moda, French General Range. They're all available by the half metre. $6.99 or $9.49 for half a metre. Exquisite. Obviously, they don't come in half metre pieces. If you buy 4 metres, it'll come as a 4 metre piece. You've got your blender, you've got your beautiful signature floral, you've got your lovely vine, pink on cream there, you've got your lovely deep period looking floral there, and you've got your etoile there, which is just stunning, and the dot designs, and then the vine, which is like a biscuit colour with your darker pink on there. Each of those available by the half metre on the website, right? Now, I'm surprised there's any of these left. I know we bought a lot because we knew it was going to be popular, but this is just stunning. It's on linen, Chafakani. Oh, now, somebody messaged earlier saying, John, what's red work? It's embroidery just done with red thread. It started in Turkey in like the 14th century, and it's just the most popular, one of the most popular hand stitching loves. But do you know what? I think I could do it I'd like these in multicolours. You don't have to stick with just red thread, do you? But red thread is traditional. There you go. Then I'll just lift it up so you can see the bottom one down there. And then there's the other one at the bottom. There, can you see the sections there? They're beautiful. That's almost like a bit of sashiko down there, isn't it? That is £13.99 for that panel. That is lovely. Imagine all the things. Oh, the cushions you could make out of that. Be beautiful. Right, the builder block curves flying out. Well, I'm not surprised. Not surprised, right? Half price. They cost $59.99 each on a normal day. Not today. You're getting both of them for $59.99. Both. That one and that one for $59.99. I know. Just if you've got it in your basket, make sure you check out. I don't want you missing out. Right, now, is it time to do the demo on this? I love this. I love this. Right. Now, one thing I would say about this is when this arrives, don't throw the box away. Do not throw the box away, because I would store mine in the box once I've got it home, because that way nobody's going to tread on it or trip on it or anything like that, unless you're going to have it out on your desk the whole time. But if you're just going to, I just keep it safe in its box all the time, that's all. $59.99. You get that, and you get 2 meters of fabric. 2 meters of fabric. Now, I'm showing you 2 fabrics here. You might get these, you might not. You might get something else, but it will be top quality. I mean, that's Macawa linen, isn't it? That one, that's linen texture by Macawa, I think that one, isn't it? Anyway, do you know what I mean? It's kind of like you definitely get 2 meters of 100% cotton, quilting weight, 44 inches wide. Now, I bet you're all thinking, what is it? What is it inside this box that John's getting so excited about? Well, Leanne's going to... Are you ready, Leanne?
I am.
Leanne's going to show you now. I love this. I love this cutter.
You and me both, John, we're kindred cutter lovers.
Yes.
You try and say that when you haven't got your teeth in.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is so fantastic. And it's not just for patchworkers and quilters, this is for bag makers, for any kind of project that you want to make where you just need to square up your fabric or you need to cut precise measurements. And also, actually, for all of you dressmakers out there, your bias binding now in a cinch. And I'm going to show you like that with your bias binding. Wait till you see, it's absolutely incredible. And I love a homemade bias bind. I don't like that crunchy stuff that you buy on a roll.
No.
It's awful, isn't it? You don't look like you've made an effort. Anyway, so what you can do with this is cut up to 8 layers of fabric. I've cut more, but the box says 8.
Yeah.
I've done more. I like to do more, and I like to do a challenge. So sometimes I just like to go, let's see how many layers we can cut. So I think we might have to do that as well. Now I've just got a fabulous piece of fabric here, which has been folded into 4. So you can see it's in half and then in half again. And all I'm going to do firstly is square this off. So I'm going to square it off on its open edges here. And the reason I love the big space here, John, is as well, it keeps it flat and it doesn't move around. You know, when I was saying before, might move the little ruler, you need to tape it down, do whatever. With this one, because it's such a lovely big space, this isn't going anywhere when you use it. Yeah. And I love the fact with this that you can cut towards you and you can cut away from yourself as well. So you don't have to worry. All of the things we say to you about a rotary trimmer never cutting towards yourself does not apply with this, but you've got the same high quality steel, very sharp blade inside this trimmer that you've got in all of our rotary cutter trimmers as well. So you know you've got a fantastic blade. Now what I'm doing here is I'm just lining up the fold of the fabric against one of the lines on the trimmer. And I'm just choosing, when you're squaring off, it doesn't matter which line, as long as it follows the same line all the way along. And then I just put my hand down to keep it nice and still, push down your blade, glides like a warm knife through butter, and I have got a beautifully squared off edge for my projects now. And that has gone through 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. Okay, so there's 4 layers. Now if I want a fabric strip of around 2 inches or 3 inches, or let's say I'm going to create my own, they're called jelly rolls. You know, like the patchwork, the design rolls. Thank you, John.
Or strip rolls, we call them strip rolls.
Strip rolls, do we? Right, thank you. Those strip rolls that we like, if you want to create your own ones of those, simple with this. So they're 2.5 inches wide, aren't they, John?
Yeah, they are.
So I'm going to my 2.5 inch measurement here. I've got my nice squared off edge. So I'm going along to 2.5 inches. I can see where that is. I've got the 2.5 inch line on my trimmer. And I'm also making sure that the line at the top here runs parallel. So I line it up in 2 places always. I line it up on the fold to make sure it's straight, and down the straight line I've just cut. Now that I know that that's correct, what I can do is just roll that up there.
You see, now you pulled it back before you pressed it, but you could have just pulled it straight.
You could have just pulled it straight forward. That's just my force of habit.
Yeah, no, me too.
But you can do that. And I've got 2 perfect 2.5 inch strips now, which can be joined or used for those design rolls. Yes. And I could go all the way along there with whatever pieces of fabric I've got and make a full design roll myself from my scraps at home.
Yeah, because you could do it with the fabric. Yours has got you had 2 single pieces, but you could just take it from your width of fabric, fold it in half again. It's big enough to then go through the whole lot. Absolutely. Imagine if you're making a Bargiolo quilt, right? Or a trip around the world, right? Yeah. How many strips do you have to cut for one of those? It's forever, isn't it? If you're doing a full-size bed and everything, or a log cabin. Think of all the straight strips that you cut if you're doing a log cabin. This is just brilliant. The other thing that I will say is some friends of mine who have got dexterity issues and they can't get to grips with a rotary cutter anymore because of, well, they're older than me, so they must be ancient, do you know what I mean? But this, they say, all you need is the palm of your hand to just press it and push it. And it's not like push it down and push it. It's a gentle glide,
It's a very gentle glide. And I've got this all lined up again now so I can do the cut on the reverse so you can see. And it is just full palm of your hand. And I'm not putting any real pressure on there. You can see I'm not got any tension in my arm here. So I'm just pulling that down towards myself and... Have I got that? So I need a bit more tension.
Yeah, just a bit.
There we go, just a little bit. There we are. And you can do it on the cut down towards yourself. You've got that lovely 2.5. But it's like you say, it's not. You don't have to push the trimmer through the table to get it to cut.
What I also think is fantastic as well is where your hand was pressing on the ruler. There's like a guard, isn't there? Where the blade is, so you never. You know, with the rotary cutter, sometimes you're cutting and you could slip. When the hand's on that ruler, it's not going to move, is it?
No, it's not.
And also, the blade is completely. You know, on a rotary cutter, like Leanne showed you earlier, always put it away afterwards. Or that automatically puts, as soon as you take the pressure off the little glider, the blade pops away. The blade's put away and everything.
Very safe
all
to
you have to be
use.
careful is when you pick it up, don't pick it up by the blade like that, because if you do accidentally depress the glider, it is, you know, but
I'll show you.
Yeah.
So if you accidentally push this down, you see how that engages the blade below there. So you wouldn't want to carry it like this.
No.
Because you might push that down and catch the blade. So you will always carry it actually by the carrying handle that we've included for you.
Yeah.
And that just keeps you nice and safe and away from everything. Or use 2 hands on the plastic. Now I've got here, John, because you know I like to push boundaries.
Oh, here we go.
I don't like to stick to rules. I was always a rule breaker, and you know, why change the habits of a lifetime? I've got 8 layers of fabric here, John.
Oh no.
Yeah, I have. So we're going to try it, and then we're going to try 12. So I'm holding it down, and I'm going through. Have I got that? I mean, I've got 1, 2. I think that's because it's miles away from us. I'm going to bring it closer, because you know I'm standing on a stool here, John.
Oh, are you? You're not.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were tall and willowy.
No, I'm not tall and willowy. I'm standing on a stool here to make sure. You need to get over the top of it. That's it, right? So when I'm over the top of it, and I go through. Oh, what's going on there? I think it's my mat. How many have I got here? 1, 2. Oh, because I've got 16 layers here, John.
Oh, that could be why.
I've got 16. I thought I'd counted 8 and I had 16.
Yeah,
oh my word. Honestly, sack the demonstrator. Here we go with our 8. There we are, through 8.
I was going to say, I've done 8 before and it's glided
Yes,
through, so I wasn't
it has.
quite sure why that was doing that. So don't do
That's
16.
funny. Don't do 16,
Don't do
but we're going to
16.
try a couple more. So there's 8. Let's try 10. Let's try 10, put 2 more in.
Nothing like doing it live on telly, is there?
I know,
really?
but you know, I like to, because the thing is, right, if I do this live on telly and you can see what it can and cannot do, you've got no surprises when you get home because we've done it for you and you can see yourself. So is that 10?
Oh, easy.
10. Let's try 12, shall we?
We could be here a while.
We could be here a while. We'll just do 12 and then I'll show you some bias binding.
Well, I was going to say, can you do other things apart from just strips on it then?
Oh, of course, yes, you've got not quite, so 11.
Yeah.
11 it would have done comfortably. Okay. Right, so yes, you can, and let me show you that. So bias binders, really easy for your bias binding and also for squaring up your patchwork blocks as well. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So to do your bias binding, you're going to start with a square of fabric. Doesn't have to be accurate in terms of being squared off, just a square. And then we're going to fold that. Fold is the word, Leanne. Fold that into a triangle. And we're going to square off one of the edges, okay? Right. So because we've got our lines on here, we can do that. So to square this off, what I'm doing is following the fold at the top with one of my dotted lines there. Following that fold, there we go. And then all I'm doing is with my blade squaring it off. All right, so I've took that bit off. So now I've got a square edge on my end of my triangle. Now all I need to do is cut myself 2-inch strips. There's a 2.5, that's regular for bias binding, isn't it? 2.5. Now all I need to do is cut my 2.5-inch strips along here from my squared off edge, and I will have perfect bias binding. Let me just get that in the right place.
You're right there.
Yes, I am. Sorry. highlighted round here. There it is. Oh dear, there it is. Got it in the right place. And so now I've got my squared off edge, and I go to my 2.5 inch line exactly as I did before when I was doing my rolls, my design rolls. And then I just do that, move that to one side, and that'll get joined in a second. And then I go to my 2.5 here. And I can go all the way now along this triangle, making sure I line up with my squared off edge all the way along. And I just keep going. It's really quick to do and very precise. And then I can move my fabric along if I need to.
Oh, and you've got the 45-degree...
Yeah.
I'll shut up.
It's done it automatically for you because of your triangle. However, if you wanted to square that off on the if you wanted to square your square on the 45-degree angle, you could before you started, because those angles are all on here.
Yeah.
I just do this for speed. As we've explained before, I'm all about speed. And breaking rules. So I'm going to do that again up there. Did I catch it? Yes. And then all you would do is take all of your now bias binding strips.
Yeah.
And you would join them, as you can see there. Because we squared it off, it's perfectly matching. So you would go along and stitch those, and you'll end up with a great big bias binding strip really quickly and easily.
I've got friends, Anna Sewing Nuts one, and she literally will spend a day making bias binding at home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Cutting it and sewing it together and putting it on cards and then having it on her shelf. So if ever she knows in the future that she needs some bias binding, she goes along to choose, you know what I mean? She makes all her own. Right. Are you going to show me something else?
I am, yes.
Go on then.
So now I've got here a patchwork block, which is a bit like, I wasn't doing my best work when I did this, John.
Oh.
It's a bit like a donkey's back leg. Can you see I've got a little bit of fabric lying over the end there?
Yeah,
and the same on this side. My flowery blocks aren't playing ball like my blue blocks, and I want it all to be nice and square before I stitch it together, because if you don't, then you do end up with a quilt that's all kinds of shapes and sizes. So what I'm going to do is exactly as we did before. I'm just going to line it up, and it's all of the lines for your work are on here to make it really easy for you. And I need it sticking out the other side. There we go. Sticking out this side, sorry. There we are. So I'm lining up my blue block, and I'm lining up my block on this side on the line, so it's on the straight line. I can see that running up there because I know that that one's nice and straight, and I've got my parallel line running along here on the same line, so I know I've got that at a perfect 45-degree angle, which means any I take off here now is going to straighten up my patchwork block for me. You can see I've taken two different widths off, that side and that side. And then I will turn it round and do exactly the same on this side. So I now use my straight lines on this side, line it up, make sure it runs parallel, and I always pick a 45-degree line, a 90-degree line, I beg your pardon. I go along here and up here and make sure the lines follow all the way to the side of my fabric, and I take a couple of seconds to make sure that I've got that in the right place, because then I know when I do this and I chop that off, I've now got a beautifully square patchwork block that I can put together. So it's great for squaring off your blocks as well, John.
Oh no, perfect. And just makes it so easy, that lovely kind of guillotine effect, doesn't it, going down. So this $59.99, $59.99, but not, this is how much it costs normally, $59.99, but you are getting thrown in a metre or 2 meters of fabric, a metre of each. Now, I can't guarantee that these will be the fabrics you get. It will be 2 metre pieces of fabric that you will get. It'll be 100% cotton, 44 inches wide, machine washable, quilting weight. It will be quality cotton, but you'll get 2 meters of that, plus your cutter for £59.99. I know, it's brilliant. Some pieces, they're worth the investment, and this, I think you'll find, is it's not a gimmick. It's not a fly-by-night, oh yeah, well, you will use this, won't they, Leanne? They'll use this over and over, she's nodding, over and over and over again. It is such a brilliant investment, that is, right? So, now the fabric coat's flying out, everyone, as we thought it would, because it's a bog off, and it's brilliant, and there was a brilliant demonstration of it, obviously, earlier. Normally, you'd pay $14.99 for one. That one. Right? But today, you pay $14.99, and we send you 2. It's half price, or a bog off. I know, it's brilliant, isn't it? And if you did miss the demo earlier, you can watch the show over and over and over and over and over again on the website or on YouTube. It goes on YouTube, it goes on my YouTube, it goes on my Facebook and everything like that. You can watch it everywhere. There's no excuse. But get those now, because if you do watch in the future, like buy it and then watch the demo later, because don't wait to buy it because it might have gone. Or the deal, some of these deals, they're only done for my shows. And then, like the Gemini machine, right? Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, it was £299 on the website. It's only because the show's on that you get the £209 deal today. I know. So please be careful and things like that. Right. Fabric kits now. This. I know I shouldn't really talk about Christmas, and I know it's 165 sleeps away, but these, if you bought these on a normal day, they're $14.99 each, right? So in here, we have a fabric kit for a wristlet clutch. And in here, I have a boutique purse, right? Boutique purse, right? That would normally cost you £30 for those two. You get both. I'm going to try and get it in the centre of the picture. You get both for £10 or $14. I know. £10 or $14. That's what I'm saying. Christmas present cupboard, or not even Christmas present. Just put it in the present cupboard. Because imagine if there's a friend in your sewing group and they say, "Oh, it's Marjorie's birthday tomorrow," and like, "Oh, I can't get to the shops." Or if you do go to the shops, you can't do what you used to do, can you? You can't go nip in, nip out. It's go, queue, mask on, all that sort of thing. These will be delivered to you, right? And you'll have them in the cupboard ready. Don't make them yourself. Give them as a gift. I mean, have them, keep them for yourself if you want to, or buy 2 lots, because there's no limit on how many you buy. You could buy 2 of these, right, for £20, and you'd have 4 fabric kits, wouldn't you? I'll stop waffling on. Which one are you going to make?
I'm going to make the boutique purse.
Boutique purse.
Boutique purse. I do love these, John.
Hang on, that's not the boutique
I know
purse.
it's not. This is the wrist. I'm showing you both. Just because I want to keep this wristlet one. It's gorgeous,
okay.
isn't it? I wanted to show you the wristlet one made up, finished.
Yeah.
And 2 different ends. So what we've done here is we've used the lining fabric on the outside and on the inside. So you can choose which way you have it. So you see, we've done the reverse. It's not reversible, but you could use your fabric in that way.
Yeah.
Right. So gorgeous. I love those with the little wristlets on. They're fabulous. And I can't believe they're a tenner, John. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. The tenner for both. Oh, £10 each.
£10 for both?
They're £5. I've got this right, haven't I? That's £5 and that's £5. You buy both for £10.
Let's check John's right, because he's getting on.
Didn't take her long, did it?
Just getting them back for the makeups later. I've been saving that one up. £10 for 2 is fantastic, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, when
half
you
my
open
pension, that.
when you get your box open, you've got everything you need. So you've got your wadding, and it's a really good quality structural wadding that you've got in there, which is great for bags. You've got your little wooden button, you've got your magnetic clasp as well, you've got your printed fabric panels, which I'm going to talk to you about in a second, and you've got your full printed instructions to tell you what to do.
Brilliant.
Okay, so everything you need is in there. Now, you know, when I was saying earlier about being a rule breaker and liking to share little cheats and things like that. So Jean of Gold Stitch Sew Cafe fame.
Oh, we haven't shown a picture. We must find Jean's picture of the cape as well that she sent in.
She's brilliant. She's amazing. She taught me this. So when you get this home, right, buy some, iron it first. So I would get all of these creases out before I cut it out and iron it. And then it's worth, this next top tip is worth it for you. Because then what you can do is get some tracing paper and a pencil. Lie it over. Shh.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. Trace the shape.
She'll be watching.
Trace the shape, and you've got a pattern.
Yeah.
And then you can make this in your mystery bundle fabric 10 times. Sell them at a fair. Just saying. That's what I'll be doing. So once you've got that out, do that. And then cut your pieces out, okay? So that's what we're going to do.
And if you never see Leann again, it's been lovely meeting her,
It's been lovely meeting me. I mean, P45 on the door on the way out. Okay, so what I've done is start to stitch this together. So I've got all of the pieces cut out, and then you know our fabulous stick and spray for fabric adhesive? I've used that to stick and spray the outside panel pieces to the wadding.
Right.
And then I've taken the liberty of also doing that on the little flap, but I've sewn that ready just to save a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to put this together and then I'll talk to you about how I did the lining. So to put this together, you've got your front and back pieces like this, And then you've got this little gusset that runs around the outside. So you're going to take one piece at a time. And the easiest way I find is to fold this in half and then give that a good nip, a good crease. And sometimes actually, if your nipping isn't strong enough, I just take the tip of a hot iron and do that. Because
sometimes you can nip with the wadding in it, or the kind of I don't know what it's not a wadding, I can't remember what it's called.
Like an interface.
Interfacing, right?
Yes.
Sometimes as you're working, your little pinch will disappear, won't it? Because it's bouncy.
It can. And so I just like to hold a hot iron on it. And later, when you've put it all together, you won't see that because it's in the seam allowance.
Yeah.
Or you can iron it. I always press my bags, steam my bags actually with a steamer once I've done them, and it takes all the creases out. And it just means that you can still see that later, just for precision when you're putting it together. And then you're going to do exactly the same on your little gusset piece. So you're finding the centre of this too. And it's nice for that to be nice. And actually at home, don't ever iron onto your mats like I'm doing. Get your proper ironing mat out. But, you know, for speed, I'm breaking every kind of rule there is right now. Now, I'm going to grab my little pot of clips, which I've got somewhere. Here they are. Lovely. My little pot of clips. And then what you do is you take right sides to right sides and you line up your half point pinch of the gusset with your half point pinch at the front and pop a clip in. And then work back round this way and back round this way. Now, you can go around and clip this all the way if you want to, or you could go around and pin it all the way, or you can freestyle it.
Right.
Actually, I find just stitching slowly without pins is the easiest way, because I can take my time, and because this is kind of bias on a curve, I can ease it round as I go. But whatever you feel most comfortable with at home is what you should do. So I'm just going to start now easing this round as I go. So I can see that's my half in place. And then the other thing I like to do, John, and I do a 1/4 inch seam when I'm doing these.
Yeah.
The other thing I like to do with this, and I would encourage you to do this at home, is work with your needle down.
Yes.
So I've popped my needle down because that just keeps, when I stop, my needle will always be down, and that just keeps everything together as I'm moving, gives me the confidence to take both my hands off and just manipulate my fabric in place.
My machine does that automatically. I have to set it to do it.
Oh, you're posh.
I'm sorry, yeah, darling.
You're posh, John. All right.
Quick question.
Don't brag.
Is there any interfacing on the gusset, or is the gusset just the fabric?
Just the fabric.
Okay.
And it just makes it easier to turn it inside out and manipulate it. If you've got the gusset done as well, and also it's a bit firm, the structure isn't really
too
there.
firm,
yeah, too firm. So I'm just going to take it slowly.
Do you know Lisa Lamb?
I do know Lisa Lamb.
She sent, in my brains, the whole show I've been thinking, I know somebody's told me to send Leanne her love.
Oh.
And it's just come to me because you're making a bag, and I was thinking of turning the bag out, and I thought, it's Lisa Lamb.
It is. I know Lisa Lamb very well, and I've been a customer of hers for a long time, and actually a follower of all of her tutorials. She's amazing. Yes, she is. She's very good. She's fabulous. Very, very talented.
Oh, incredibly talented, but crazy.
Yeah. Yes. It's mad as a box of frogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And more.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so sorry, I'll let you
Sorry,
go.
we're going round. We're just catching up now and having a nice time. So I'm just easing this around. You can see there, I'm easing my fabric. And then what I do to help me with that is I lift my foot up, make sure that my fabric's in place, because my needle's still down, which keeps all of those layers together.
Yeah.
Just pull my fabric where I want it to be to go around that curve, and then just slowly take it round. And take your time.
Yeah.
And then I can stop again, do the same here, just ease it into place.
I always think with things like this, it doesn't matter if you go slightly wobbly anyway, because it's not like a garment that's got to fit somebody.
Exactly.
And as long as you don't go way off and create a completely different shape, you know what I mean? It's just, don't panic about it, enjoy it. You know?
Absolutely. And it's very easy to do it this way. And I think putting that nip in and coming and doing it in 2 halves rather than trying to do it in one full piece,
yeah, definitely,
actually makes the job so much easier. It really does. So needle up, done that half. That was how easy that was, just folding it around. You can see the piece fits perfectly around there, and if I just show you inside there, you can see that that goes around the curve beautifully. It just makes it very, very simple. And then we do exactly the same on the opposite side.
That green fabric, I know it's as you're cutting it out from the block, but it looks very like a fabric we sell as well, doesn't it? It looks like some of the fabric that's going into the mystery block.
Yes, absolutely, it does.
Right, both of these. Actually, do you know what? While Leanne's saying that, can I just open the... Oh, it's all backed up. I'll just open the other one up, right? Because you get everything you need. You get the zip. This is for the wristlet one, the other one, right? But look, this is the panel that you get with all of your pattern pieces on it there. It's gorgeous, beautifully printed out. And what the panels are, the zip, and then, like Leanne said, you get full instructions. You don't need the wadding, I think, with this one, because it's a soft, scrunchy bag, this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, there you go.
It is. I love that one. And actually, I was just thinking when we were talking, how I said about getting your tracing paper out and doing that?
Yeah.
You'd pay more sometimes than a £5 for a bag pattern.
Well, of course you would.
Do you know what I mean? So actually what you're getting, I would see this as a pattern. This is what my brain would do if I was at home shopping. This is the thought process I go through. That is actually a pattern.
Yes.
With a practice piece.
Yes.
And so I can practice on the fabric it's beautiful. Practice on that, get it right and get it gorgeous. Then use the bits I've traced to make loads more with that pattern. So actually I'm investing in a pattern and I've got my practice pieces in there too.
Brilliant. And £10. I'm shouting, I'm getting overexcited. £10 for both of them, right? So that's £5 and that's £5. And they're normally $14.99 each, aren't they? They are the fabricate things, $14.99 each. And as Leanne said, which you'll see in a minute, that one came with all the buttons and the magnetic clasp. This one comes with the pulley throughy thing and everything like that, and the zip that you need.
Absolutely. So now what you would do, and I'm going to talk you through a lot of this because I'm not sure how much time we've got. So what you would do now, and we'll do a little bit, and then I've got another one done so I can show you, is I've stitched that on there so you can see that's all gone in beautifully. You can see inside. It's gone in gorgeous, hasn't it? So now what I would do is lie this down onto the next panel piece and do exactly the same again. And we'll treat it in 2 halves. So I would go to my pinch bit, and I would always do the bit from the pinch out first. That then gets me the perfect half piece of fabric in place, and then I go back and do it in the opposite direction.
Yeah, because sometimes if you start at one end, it moves round, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And you end up, I did try once where I started up at this end, and when I got to this end, I had 2 inches hanging off because all the fabric had moved.
And what did you do?
Place.
Unpick or cut that 2 inches off?
I cut the 2 inches.
Yeah, I thought you would somehow. The thing is, if you're making a frock for somebody, you can't do that.
You can't do that, no, you can't. So just go around and do exactly the same again. And you can see this bit just hangs off the end, it's not in its place, and then you'll just manipulate it round. And I do, when I'm coming up to the curves and doing this, I do like to just take it easy on a slow stitch, and then it allows you the time to just move it round the curve and get it in place and push the bits out of the way that you don't need. There we go, that's around there. And then the little folds that you get, you can see I'm just keeping them down still with my fingers, and then as I turn this round, it gets me a nice curve. Yeah. And then that'll press out lovely. There we go. And then what I do actually, John, if you notice, is I check up here regularly. I keep coming back to the top. I'm going to push out the way so you can see there. I keep coming back up to the top and just checking I haven't got excess fabric. Yes. So I check as it's going around the rest of the curve where I kind of need to ease that in and where I don't, to make sure that I get the little kind of pleats and things in the right place on the curves as I'm going round. So that's why I advocate do take your time when you're doing it. And then that comes in there. Hopefully you can see it and it's not hiding it. There we go. Push that out of the way so you can see.
A third of the stock of these fabricates have gone. Just so you know, be careful, be careful, be careful. I think what it is a lot of you are watching the demo as well, and they'll suddenly be. We found that earlier, didn't we, on the builder blocks, right? While Leanne was doing it, just a couple went, and then suddenly, as soon as the demo was over, Leanne, it was like check out, check out, check out, check out, and there was a sudden rush on them. And I think that's what you're doing now. I know I mean. £10 for both of them, you know what I mean? I think when the demo's over, there'll suddenly be a rush on these, and I would hate for you to put them in your basket, come to check out later, and they're not there.
So how you would finish putting this together, John, is I've put that half in place, and I'm pleased I've been able to do that because you can see that that gusset, and if I just turn this the right way out, is going in beautifully in the side of that bag. And you would do the other side. You would go around and finish the other side, which I'm not going to do because I know we'll probably run out of time. So then I did exactly the same with the lining pieces. So went round to put the gusset in place exactly as, and there's a lovely little pocket you can put in. That just gets sewn onto one of your lining pieces before you put your gusset in, so you get that positioned. Then what you do is you put, and you leave a hole. Always leave a hole, as we did on the little bag earlier, so that you can turn it all inside out.
Blimey, was that only today?
Yes. Oh, yes, it was today, I know. Now, what I like to do is to put, you need to turn one of them inside out because you need right sides together.
Yeah.
So I turn my lining the right way, put that inside of my bag because this will be finished. That will all be sewn in place. So that goes inside there. You then take your little flap, position that where that's going to go, right sides to right sides. Then you sew all around the top, turn it inside out through that little hole that you left in your lining, exactly as we did with the zip Doji coat bag. And then when you do that, you can see here what you do, there's the hole that we've turned inside out. You turn it in, top stitch that little bit, and you've got your entire bag, and it's simple.
Wait, sorry, I missed that. When did the magnetic clasp go in?
So the magnetic clasp went in on, well, you would do that now before you put your lining in.
Before the lining goes in.
Before the lining goes in. And then the final one on the outside will match up. However, sometimes if you're not comfortable with that, what I'll do is the hole in the bottom of the lining, and this is probably a top tip, because what I've done in the past is if I put the magnetic clasp on this bit, and then I put it on this bit before I've tried whether they actually magnetic together, it sometimes doesn't work. No. So what I will do is before I stitch my lining here, I'll actually put my hand through the hole, put this in place, test that this is going in the right place. Fasten it and then zip this up.
Because there's nothing worse than you just come to finish a project and a flap doesn't fit.
So actually, if you're not confident with it, then that's probably best thing to do.
Exactly. So that's the fabric kits. There they are. 2 for £10. 2 for £10. Ooh, there you go. 2 for £10. I've got everything ready to show you because we're about to run out of time. That is a brilliant buy. That's a brilliant buy. Check out on that if you've got that. Right, last chance saloon. We're down to single figures. You don't get the canvas bag, but you do get 6.5 meters of fabric. It's top quality quilting weight, 100% cotton, machine washable, 44 inches wide. And there will be a designer in there. There'll be a Macawa, there'll be a Riley Blake or something like that. It's all good quality. It's come from the shop. And if you've been into any of our shops, that you will see, which aren't open at the moment, by the way, which you will see the quality of the cottons in there is second to none. So, but limited down to the last, under 10. There must be under 10 if you're single figures, mustn't there? Right, so that goes there. The curves, now I told you about these earlier, didn't I? While Leanne was doing the demo, they weren't moving, right? As soon as she finished the demo, poof, everybody came in and got these because this costs $59.95 normally. This costs $59.99 normally. Today, while this bundle is still here, these are both, you get both of them for $59.99. So it's half price or a bog off, really, isn't it? You get the bay leaf and you got the Rob Peter to pay Paul. Beautiful, aren't they? Right. Fabric cutter next is this one. Now this is the investment if you're only going to buy one thing today, buy this, right? £59.99 is how much the fabric cutter costs. It is brilliant. It is both Leanne and I agree this is the best, one of the best investments you're going to make. But to make it even more exciting, you get 2 pieces of fabric, both of a metre each. You might not get these 2. These 2 are just 2 that I've been sent today, but they will be of this quality. This is a Macawa, this one here. They will be of this quality. So you do get 2 meters of really, really good quality fabric in there with that. Let me put that tomato. Oh my word. Shape cutters next. Sorry. Right, so you get circles and half circles. You get triangles and you get diamonds. You get tumblers. Upside down tumblers, and you get a 28mm rotary cutter with spare blades. Look, all of that. Now this is $9.95 on its own normally, so just work that out. You get all of them for £40 or $51. I know. Okay, last. Oh, here we go. The fabric coat on a still. You buy one, you get one for free. They're $14.99 normally on their own. Today you get 2 for £14.99. Oh, is Leanne, you've got more to show us?
Have I?
No, you haven't. I'm just saying.
Got to say.
I'm saying, Leanne, it's been a treat. Thank you so much.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, John.
What a shame we can't hug, though. It's just so depressing.
Well, we'll save them up in the hug bank for when we can.
Yes, perfect. But thank you, Leanne's back. You're back next week. Aren't you back next week as well?
I think I might be, yes.
Yeah, like back next week as well. So that's it, really. Anything else I need to say before I go? No. Thank you. Same place, same time next week. We've got Christmas fabrics next week. I know. We will see you then. Take care. Lots of love. Next Tuesday, 9 o'clock. Don't be late.